All right, welcome Mendoza. We just got spun up here, getting everything turned on here. I saw you guys got a shout out on Static Group, as you should. You guys are a boon to the community, 100%. Well deserved. Turn that down just a little bit. It's a foggy morning here in Terminus. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, it's one thing I should do is sing y'all's praises a little more. The amount of work you guys do to get people information that have questions, and boy, do they ask the exact same question that was asked 3 questions ago that they could have just read the answer to, but you guys pointed out again. It may not be a highly rewarding job, but it is definitely appreciated by a lot of people. Way more than say anything, I can say that. All right, yeah, we got plenty of inventory space. I'm gonna hit the vendor here. We're just gonna chill and kill a few things. And then I'm gonna share my feedback on the patch. Be a good one. I'm losing my mind. Okay, yeah. Don't want to do that. Got a couple sellables there. All right, nice clean inventory. Did you get a chance to look at the community raid video? I promised I would release it this past weekend, and the patch came, and I'm like, this is a not optimal time to release this with everybody having knee-jerk reactions, including myself, to the patch. Obviously some great things went in, right? So we see the first iteration of the swimming system. We're seeing some new skills come to various classes, you know, bug fixes, all that good stuff. But then we saw a handful of sweeping changes that I find interesting. Yeah, so we released a community raid video. So part of this, I'm not going to call it a campaign. It's not really a campaign, but so the video's intent is to flood social media with the positive things we see. So there's, you know, obviously with any alpha, any game and testing in general, you're going to see a lot of negatives, right? You're going to see a lot of bugs. You're going to lose items. You're going to lose corpses. There's going to be wipes. There's going to be all this stuff that is disheartening to the player. But then at the core of it, you have all these things that we love, right? So part of what I want people to do, and this is the ask of the video if you watch it, is go to these social media sites, whether you're on Reddit, whether you're on X, Facebook, whatever it is, and you can just comment and share a story or a photo, like a screenshot or a video, or even a video of somebody else that illustrates kind of things that you love about the game, and then tag Terminus United. You guys, thanks for the follow. Trame and Rancid. But I promise I'll get to your question in just a sec. So the point of the video is to share these things so that when people who never intend to play the game just trash it because now it's a meme for whatever reason, you know, it's been in development for however long. We want to overwrite that. Not that they're not invalid opinions in a lot of cases, but we want people to also see the positive side of Pantheon and not just the negative, right? If that's something funny like, you know, over here in the spider caves, now that I'm actually here, I ran in and pulled a spider. It was in this right side here when you loop over to the left. Or no, it was in the goblin caves. It was in the goblin caves. I pulled a spider, and the spider, when I turned the corner, said "Thanks, Dick," and it was the bug where the mob starts saying something that a player said. It's a bug, but it's funny, right? Like, those are the kinds of things you should share, like funny bugs, funny experiences, awesome experiences, you know, killing Windfeather, doing all these things. Yep. Yep, I thought that was a very, very fitting quote for where Pantheon stands right now, right? The destiny of Terminus stands on the brink, shaped by the courage of its heroes and the shadows of its enemies, right? So we want the heroes, the people who enjoy the game, that want to see it come to market, right? Get to 1.0. We need to shine brighter than the shadows, right? Like we don't want to be overshadowed by all of the things that are wrong in an alpha. We want to see all the things that are bright in the core purpose of the game and the things that make us all love the game. So that's the purpose. Hey Rancid, thanks for the sub. All right, so back to Trame here. How do you feel about Summoner now? So the Mana Bomb change I don't think is great, but I understand it. The new pet models are fantastic. I like them. Not that I didn't like the old ones. And let me put up an old fashioned here on stream for you, since you subbed. Cheers to you. I appreciate it. Rancid. But I'm confused a little bit by the new skill. Let me kind of give you an example. Okay, so we have a skill here that's called Dagger Swarm, right? So this is one of the new nukes. And then you have your mana bombs, right? And now we have two new spells. One is Swarm Projectile. So this is, think of this as a closer to a combo, right? So if you've ever played World of Warcraft's Rogue, this is, I'm going to build up these combo points, right? I'm going to start summoning spike swarms. Once I summon one, I have 10 seconds to summon another one or use it, right? So I'm going to summon another one. Now I have a 2 count. Okay, now I have a 3 count. Okay, I got 10 seconds to use it. Now I'm going to nuke that mob. It does a good amount of damage, but it's more mana efficient than Dagger Swarm. Right, so there's very little use now for me to be Dagger Swarming. It's drop a Mana Bomb, build up my Spike Swarm, use my Spike Swarm. Build up my Spike Swarm, use my Spike Swarm. Drop Mana Bomb. You see what I'm saying? So like Dagger Swarm almost seems irrelevant now. And I don't know if that was the intent. So what you end up getting is, I don't know if I can find another grass snake. But so we have 6 mana per spike, right? So that's 18 mana to do roughly 99 damage to that snake. Let me find, I'll just use this brown rat here. So if I nuke with Dagger Swarms, 12 mana, it's 47 damage. That's half the damage for 2/3 of the mana. Let me check. Let me make sure I don't just have it on my bar as a bug. No, I still have it. Yeah, Dagger Swarm's still there. You can build up a maximum of 3. So, one, it makes the summoner more active, which I don't hate that they're increasing the activity. I hadn't checked. Let me go back and look real quick. What was this one? Dagger Swarm? Maybe you are right. Maybe I misinterpreted that. I think you might, well... I mean, Rock Swarm is still in a 16, which is the upgraded version of Dagger Swarm. Am I just missing Dagger Swarm? Am I blind? Hey, welcome in, Static. I appreciate the shout out from this weekend. It's greatly appreciated. You guys do a fantastic job as well. See, there's something I don't have. So, Summoner, I have not played Summoner very much since last season. No, Rock Swarm, so yeah. Rock Swarm is the upgrade to Dagger Swarm, is it not? Or did they change Rock Swarm? I thought Rock Swarm was already a thing. Give me just a sec. Did I just miss it again? Where are you? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how that plays out. Here's Spike Swarm. That he is doing a fantastic job. All right, let's go get killing some stuff. So thoughts on the patch. In listening to some of the feedback from the dev tracker post that Dosi made today, I think that JD had posted a video with a little bit of B-roll based on that conversation. So there's two kind of schools of thought, right? So what we're seeing right now is, in my opinion, rushing content into our hands before EA gets it, right? So we are the guinea pigs. Thoughts and feelings aside, right? There's an intent to do certain things by VR to the game, and we're seeing a piece of it, right? So some of these changes, I believe, are made in error, like item nerfs that are things like wind blades and other things where, you know, the feathered wind blades, which are my personal was one of my personal chase items after we started playing again from last season. One, because I love the model, they're fantastic looking, and 2 because they're really good, right? They were 10 damage, 1.5 delay. And those were nerfed. Additional stats were given to them, but the damage was reduced, I think, by 30%. Delay is increased by 20%, that kind of thing. So, based on the previous streams, Joped said he wanted common items to go down in quality, uncommon items to be a measurable amount above common, and then rare to be those things where you're not going to see a lot of upgrades. They're exciting items, they're chase items that you want to go get, right? And I think we haven't seen the full effect of what was just added and changed, but a lot of the items that people feel like are the chase items were nerfed. And I don't know that that was on purpose. Some of it maybe, others maybe not. I would much rather hear from VR that, hey, we made some sweeping changes, and communicate why those changes were made a little bit better. There have been references to it, but they're very light references so far, and this has been linked to costs such as sacrificing the item itself to get the transmog. You think they'll introduce transmog system in Diablo 3? Yeah, so I think the fact that this is crowdfunded, they're going to have to do something like that, right? They've got to generate cash flow. And as we've seen from WoW, right? That horse that WoW first put on the market, that was the mount, right? It's just a vanity mount, doesn't do anything special, and of course they've gone balls to the wall with those kind of changes. But that mount alone made Blizzard more money than a lot of games made, period. Just for one mount. So I think if they want an influx of cash, they're going to have to put some vanity stuff. The problem is going to be balancing that, right? Because you don't want everybody at level 1 to look like a level 60. Right? And you don't want to have like super gaudy. I mean, I don't think this is the avenue for it. I don't think anybody wants to have the super gaudy crazy armor, right? Because one thing about the transmog system that I dislike, I mean, I love Fashion Quest, right? I buy the stuff in EQ, but you've got to have some appreciation for, I got this new piece of gear and it looks great on me, right? And if you have transmogs, it takes away from a lot of that because you never see the original items. I mean, think about Pizgin's drop in EverQuest, right? If no one knows who Pizgin is, she's a little gnome that's in Kinos Hills, a rare spawn, and she drops a glowing black stone, right? Which is a fantastic intelligence item. But not only that, when you got it, like way back when, because she was a mid-teens mob that you could probably kill her in your 20s or have a group or whatever, but having a group sit there and wait for her that long is a little counterproductive. But you had a glowing red orb around your hand. Those kind of things, I think, number one, need to be in Pantheon, right? So we need to have some things with cool effects, with cool looks, that kind of thing, and those things are coming. But the transmog system will get rid of some of that, if that makes sense. So I think it's a delicate balance. You got to give them the ability to do some of these things, show some of these fancy things off, make some money for the game, for its development, for its future, but balance that with the intent of what you wanted the game to look like. Hey, Orc Boy, thanks, man. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow, guys. We're going to try not to get wrecked by Xerus. Speak of the devil, boy, I said it and he shall appear. Jadion, you don't have to do that, man. Come on now. I appreciate the 5 gifted, man. I do greatly appreciate it. It's been a lot of work to get this content out. So for people to like it and support it, I greatly appreciate it. Right? Yeah. Yep, it's been a long road. It's been a long week. Luckily, I'm on vacation basically through the end of the year, so I'm going to be able to spend some more time getting content out. Unfortunately, a large portion of that, right, the servers are going to be down. I'm going to go crazy on trying to figure out what to do. But that's why I'm trying to get as much footage as possible so that we can start getting all of the videos together so that when we are in this lull waiting for EA servers, we're able to still consume some content, still help some people that maybe have pledged or are, you know, getting their early access purchases done. They can come learn a few things about the game, see the beauty that is Pantheon, right? Anybody killing the bears? Yeah, the bears are down. Womp womp. All right. Don't mind if I do. Huge walnut tree. Yeah, some collabs. 100%. Yeah, I think doing some of that stuff will be good. Or communicating with each other. Maybe we'll set up like a group for the content creators to discuss, hey, I'm gonna do this content, cover these things, assist each other with that kind of stuff. Because along the lines of that video from yesterday, right, and kind of going back to it for the people that are just now joining in, but so we released a community raid video yesterday, which was probably not a great time to do it, but I had told people, I didn't know there's gonna be a patch, number one. I don't think anybody did. I told people I was gonna release that yesterday, and I know some people are a little down on the game after some of these changes. I was one of them on initial release, you know, seeing some stuff go away. But, you know, part of that, the point of that whole video is to show the community that is growing, right? All of these new players that are coming in, show them the beauty of the game, right? What do we love about the game? So we've all experienced, anybody who's played the game has experienced a bug in some form or fashion, right? Frustrating or not, funny or not. But some of those bugs, like if I go back and I think back to my days in EQ, so I played EverQuest since 1998, before 99, 98 beta. Some of the funniest things and some of the best stories I have were bugs, right? Or things that maybe weren't intended. And to this day, there's still a lot of mechanics that aren't, you know, intended in that game that they never fixed because it created so many memories and that kind of thing. So, but the point of the video is, even if it's a bug or, you know, any number of stories that you have from getting stuck in the world and having a funny animation, or, you know, the other day I was at the undead camp, leveling up I think it might have been the summoner actually. And a group of goblins ran by that had come off of one of the higher walls or something of that nature. And everybody's like, oh, what's going on here? And they just ran through. It didn't look like they were chasing something, but we didn't see anybody that they were chasing. And then like 2 minutes later, they came back by and one of them ran specifically up to me, killed me, and just ran off. Didn't aggro the group, didn't do anything to anyone else. He came and killed me specifically. Now I can react two different ways, right? One is like, oh, this bug is dumb. Like, I don't know what that was. This is unfun for me. Or I could react in a manner of like, what the hell was that? Right? Like, it's a funny thing that happened. So just sharing those kind of things, sharing funny things that have happened to you, whether it's a bug or not, I think is immensely valuable. So, but those are the kind of things, these funny moments are the moments that we love, like Merida pulling her first pull in the goblin caves. Those funny moments are the things that we should be sharing. So for every person saying Pantheon's vaporware, Pantheon's never going to come out, or this, that, and the other thing, if you share a funny moment that you had, or you share a story about something in the game that you love, I think that's going to override a lot of that. And Pantheon is going to need that too, because they're going to get crucified on Steam. That's just how it is. Any early access game, however good it ends up turning out, gets crucified on Steam because it's not ready. So one thing I've tried to do on almost every stream is reiterate the fact that these people that have seen my videos and are coming in and are thinking about early access, this is an alpha. Make no mistake, it is called early access, but it is an alpha. This is an alpha test, right? And the cadence of which they're adding content to the game recently has been fantastic. And that's going to continue, right? I mean, they've said numerous times, we don't plan on slowing down, and this is a vehicle for them to speed that up, right? Because this, on a crowdfunded game, is a cash injection into the game. Which means I can bring in more artists, I can bring in more developers and people to create quests and items and do all these things, and bring in quality control folks to do testing, or allow your current staff who's meant to be doing this testing and these tweaks and balancing and all of this to have more time to do that. Yeah, and that's the other point. Like, especially us right now as pledges, we are the internal testing team, right? They are on a crunch to get to early access. And they don't have the amount of time to do that internal testing. Man, there's like not a lot of stuff up right here. A lot of people on this morning, which is a good thing. But yeah, one thing. Right? I'm right there with you, man. I'm riding that wave too. All right. Let's see what we do to... Oh, man, 153. That was nice. That was tasty. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I'll take that 153. I wish there be better use of game state categories on Steam Alpha, Early Beta Access, or Beta Early Access, Head Start, Soft Launch. Yeah, the problem is the terminology used by the company would be a little influential on that. I don't know. That could go great if it was used properly, but it could also go bad. But I think Pantheon's done a good job of saying, hey, look, here's where the state's at, right? Like, one thing I mentioned was they have on the webs on their Steam page that there's 9 classes, 14 or 9 races, 14 classes. Well, 6 and 12 are what's going to be available. So I just don't want to give the people coming in for early access any more fuel to shit on the game. So I brought it up. It is covered. So like right below that is mentioned there's, you know, six races, so on and so forth. And I'm like, yeah, but somebody's going to find something to nitpick on. And it's just going to turn into an unneeded narrative. I don't disagree with you, but the issue lies with the player base, not Steam or VR. It's the misuse of the term by other companies and our own expectations. 100%. And there's very little way to control that. Yeah, C99 is pretty good. Yeah. Yep. That's the problem, is everybody's got their own interpretation of what should or shouldn't be done, how things should or shouldn't be released, and that kind of thing. So, but one thing I'll mention, you know, especially with some of the EQ3, whatever they're going to call it, right? So EverQuest 3 stuff coming out where, you know, they're going to use the 80-10-10 model. So for those who don't know, 80% of the game will remain the same. 10% of the game will be new additions, right? Refactoring things to add new features, new functionality, bring it forward and say, okay, what are the current games doing today? Let's 10% of that will be innovation, right? Doing something that's brand new, that's flashy, that's going to grab your attention. And then that other 10% is going to be adding content to that story, right? So think of EverQuest 1. We're going to have 80% of that same game. The 10% of that is going to be new graphics, new features, new functionality. And then the other 10% is we're going to bolt on 10% more story, right? 10% change to that story. So that's the model they're taking, right? With DarkPod doing that, and this is part of the reason I respect VR so much. I have to imagine there was a conversation that was had at some point, whether it was reached out to VR or whatnot, by DarkPaw about maybe acquiring Pantheon, right? Or some game company somewhere has made an attempt to acquire Pantheon. And the folks that have the equity in the company could have just said, hey, let's make our nut, right? Let's get what we can get out of it. You know, I don't think the crowdfunding is gonna pan out and this kind of thing, but they didn't. Think about the amount of people that shit on the game, say that it's vaporware, it's never going to come out. They're hearing this all the time because they're paying attention to the community, right? They've been in my stream, they've been in all these people's streams that stream the game, asking questions or listening. They could have cut bait and run. So respect on them to not bow down and bow out gracefully and say, hey, we tried, guys. Because they could have done that. They could have just bowed out and said, you know, we tried. But no, they're going to bring the game to market. They're going to get to 1.0, whatever that takes. And I know it's rubbed some people the wrong way with changing to the 24/7 model and then the seasonal model, now the early access model, but it is crowdfunded. They have to inject cash flow to get the game where it needs to go. The alternative is they sell it. And I don't think anyone wants that to happen. Because then you get Vanguard, a game that could have been a fantastic game that gets shoved out the door early. And then it breaks people's hearts and they'll never give another shot. the hardest thing for them to endure is going to be Dishonored 2, awesome, and probably the best game Arcane has ever made. Okay, yeah, I'll give it a look. But I know there's a lot of people in here right now are going to be, one second, I just gotta looks like we're gonna do Gobby Caves. I threw up my LFG, which I think a lot of people don't use or know about. You can get the first one on Prime game as a Prime game right now. Okay, you'll have to check it out. Yeah, so the LFG tool, if anyone's unfamiliar with it, let me drag it over here. So for anybody who doesn't know, you feel like there's pieces of my screen missing. There is. That's what my screen actually looks like, but I only show you guys this part of it. Just because that's a lot of screen and it's not the most wonderful aspect ratio for streaming. So, but yeah, so you have, so if you hit your L key, right? So you have your who, so you can find out like who's in the zone, who your friends are that are on, people that are looking for more, right? So these are groups that are looking for players. And then you have LFG, which these are the people who are looking for group. So if you need a group, you can hit L, click on LFG here, click this little box right here, and it's going to add you to a list of players looking for a group so that those who have groups can figure out who is interested in joining a group. So more people should use this than currently do. There's a lot of people that just OOC, hey, looking for group, level 9 summoner. But you don't have to do that. You can just click this button. Yeah, 100% JD on that's. I'm right there with you. So we're gonna do a lot of content creation over the next few weeks up to EA. Vanguard had one of the best rendition of the Bard class I've ever played. Yeah, Pantheon is gonna be the true successor that EverQuest should have. But Vanguard, man, Vanguard was so close. They had housing system, you could build your own house, you had plots, you had boats, you had all these things. And it was so close, and the game was fun. But if you got past like 30, there was no content. The game wasn't ready, they sent it early. The community crucified it for not being ready because it got pushed out the door early. Oh shit, they're on the other entrance. It was so frustrating to watch that game. And I know I think there's an emulator. Somebody's doing an emulator for it. Yeah, man, that game, I had a guild before the game was out. I was so excited for it, and it came out, and it was great. It just needed a little more time in the oven. And they push it early. And I get it, right? It's a business, you got to make money, but one thing I think that Baldur's Gate 3 has shown people is the money will take care of itself if you make a great game. You've just got to be patient. And I think that's the problem with the gaming industry is like, we're gonna get this game out. It's like, no, take your time to a degree, right? Take your time. but make a good game. Make engaging systems. Like the combat revamp in this. Right? The combat revamp in this has made combat for all these classes more engaging, more flexible. I mean, I can slow the mob's actions by 25% as a summoner. But one of the most common things I hear on Reddit, because Reddit is the worst for getting a bunch of people bitching at my content, is, oh, this looks like it came out in 2004. Like, well, I mean, that's kind of your target audience. I mean, I think everybody wouldn't mind better quality graphics, but understanding the fact that the graphics take a lot of the budget. Take a look at World of Warcraft. They had 13 million subscribers or whatever that ridiculous number was at their peak. Did they go, oh, now we have the funding to revamp the graphics? No, because the graphics aren't the primary part of the game. Like, they're a big part of it, absolutely. But they're staying true to what they had, but then saying, okay, we're going to stylize this as opposed to just trying to go super realistic with everything. And we're doing that for two reasons, right? I believe they did that for like the ability to make it accessible to a lot of people. So you didn't have to have the 4090s to be able to run 30 FPS. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to bring up, is there's a lot of people that are complaining about the graphics quality. And I'm like, look at Minecraft. How much money has Minecraft made? It's freaking cubed, low poly Legos. That game has made a crazy amount of money. And why? Because they found a market, everyone who loves Legos, and they turned it into a 3D world where you could build whatever you want. Use your imagination and create that with cubes. Yeah, exactly. Look at EQ current graphics. Teak, which I play on, has the most players that EverQuest has ever had on a TLP. There's no graphical fidelity update. The graphics are from 2004 or whatever Luckland launched, and you don't even have to use those. You can use the older ones. Like, graphics aren't the only argument. But don't get me wrong, games that focus on the graphics like Cyberpunk, you know, the bleeding edge graphics, that's also very cool. But Cyberpunk made a beautiful game that wasn't done. And they released it with tons of bugs and everything else. I'm like, this is great. It looks fantastic, but you did so much with the graphics and then you forgot some of the gameplay. Yep, that's true. Looks like we're trying to fill one more spot, and then we'll be killing our way in here. Yeah, so I'm kind of bittersweet on the patch. I think there's a lot of great things in it. I think we're only seeing part of the system in place. The vision that we have is very different from the vision of the developers, right? So an example is they're taking stats off of some of our tools, right? So we had these tools, right? I still have all my basic stuff on this guy because I have 100 freaking characters. But you know, some of these, as you upgraded them with the scavenger, would give you stats, right? So they've taken the stats off, and the reason they're doing that we don't see, right? We just see, hey, they took stats off of this. They took the stats off of these because they intend to add stats that are based on your profession skills. So to the average Joe, it looks like, oh, they're just stripping our stats. And they are. But the intent is to replace that at some point with profession skills or things that will increase crafting proficiency or harvesting proficiencies. Right? We see Diamond Head Fang Dagger stay the same, right? 4 damage, 1.4 delay, which, by the way, if you don't know, best weapon you can get at low levels, period, for anyone that can use it. Highly recommend them. If you start a baby rogue, go straight after these, or if you have a character now and you're starting a rogue or a warrior or whatever, it's a great weapon. Yeah, okay, I won't talk about that. Don't, let's back that up. Hold on, where's my rewind button? But little things like that, some of the uncommon stuff stayed untouched. A lot of the items took a hit. So we're at a 50% XP penalty. Now we're at a 30% XP penalty, which means we're getting 20% more XP than pre-patch. But a lot of our weapons got nerfed, and so our kill speed is now slower in most cases, at least in my experience so far. So we kind of feel like we're in the same realm. But my point to this is part of the story, right? So you can imagine we've got quality control people that don't have time to do like quality control. They're creating items, working on quests, doing all these things in the background. And if they don't have time to do the quality control, they don't have time to come out with a big press release of, hey, this is the patch, these are the intent of all of these changes. We're not going to see that, at least right now, right? I would expect in EA that's going to be different because it's a different crowd of folks that are coming in. These people are those people that have been just listening to Pantheon far in the distance, thinking, okay, when it comes out, sure, I'll try it. Or people who are new to MMOs, like my wife never played an MMO before until Pantheon. Now she loves it. But we're seeing a small picture of this, and it's easy because we're so invested in the game, we're so invested in our characters, which by the way are being wiped. It's real easy to be invested and disheartened and make you not want to play the game. But it doesn't mean there's not a vision, pun intended, to get us there. And I think VR is risky in a lot of cases. Yeah, but excuse me. It's easy to bag on the game, so I 100% get you, Jadion. That's part of the reason I wanted to do this stream today. Was I want to share my concerns, because for anybody who's watched any of my content, I'm very much championing all things VR and Pantheon right now. And a lot of folks have come at me saying, oh, you're a visionary employee. You're only, processing pro Pantheon stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I have concerns. I just don't scream when my concerns are raised. Like, I understand as a software solution architect that shit doesn't always go how you planned. Right? Like, if I go into a database and I say, hey, I want to take this item category and I want to drill back on it and say, I want to scale this back. Okay. There's two things that can happen. One is everything works perfectly. That never happens in the software industry. Or two, you realize, hey, some items maybe were tagged wrong. Right? They didn't have a rare tag. They had an uncommon tag, or they had a common tag or whatever. Something got missed. And when I scale these items, some of them who were not intended to be changed were changed, right? And so now I have to go back and make an iteration change to say, oh, we've got to properly tag these items. So we need to roll back the change to that item and then properly tag it. Those things all happen. And part of what we're seeing, and the reason that feels like the dial's on either 0 or 11, is because they don't have the time, right? If we're worried about Pantheon being crucified on Steam, what do you think they feel? Because these guys are living this right now. We're playing it, enjoying it. They're building it. This is work and a passion for them. So they don't have the time. Not to make excuses, but my point is, this too shall pass. That's what we all have to remember. Right? So I think a lot of us feel like, hey, the game 2 patches ago. The game 2 patches ago was very fun. It was very engaging. And then the XP slog happened, right? And everybody's like, oh, we're reeling from this XP nerf. And then like, oh, cool, look, we patched in a reduction to that XP penalty. So we're going to level a little faster, right? We're going to make a little more progress. And then it's like, oh shit, all of my weapons got nerfed. So while I'm getting more experience, it's taking longer to kill, so nothing really changed, right? Other than the impact that my weapon felt like it had, it no longer has. In some cases, right? If you're still using those daggers that don't exist, right, you're not going to feel that with those guys, but it's all going to get better. So we have to be patient. You know, I think one thing that's really valuable is kind of what was discussed in that video, and the fact that if they don't have the time to test internally, I will personally volunteer. I know plenty of people that will personally volunteer to sit in a pre-prod iteration of the game and test things and say, hey, this is my feelings on the balance, right? Or this was missed. Did you guys intend to do this? Did you intend to do that? I would 100% do that. Not only that, I have the time right now. I do not mind doing that. I understand things are broken. I understand things are going to be broken. Yeah, I think, JD, probably part of the problem is, right, they don't have the time to set that kind of system up to allow outside access into like pre-prod systems and that kind of stuff. I'm sure that's part of a challenge from a technical perspective, but yeah, they barely have time to talk to their children and wives and spouses. And I'm always watching Bronson stream and I'm like, man, it's nice to see him to get a little bit of a break and do some passionate art. I gotta be quicker with these spike swarms. Yeah, yep. Yeah, and I mean, the other side of that too, if you look at it from a developer perspective, is it's always like that, right? If you're in software, you're always pushing a deadline, right? There's always a bug that you need to crush before a deadline. The problem here is it's not just the bugs, it's the content, right? And so they're doubly busy trying to get content in. Yeah, yep. To VR's credit, the sprint isn't the right word for this. They've got double the zones to bring online which means all of those little glitches of like running under the world and getting stuck in all of that stuff, like there's going to be so much of that at early access, I think. We're going to have class imbalance issues because we're log jamming in basically doubling the spells for most classes because we were at 20 to 25 or whatever. Yeah. Yep. You know, I'm really terrible. I'm not like buffing the tank. I'm just over here talking and being a shitty group member. Luckily, there's another caster in here buffing people with the right stuff. But yeah, yep. Yeah, it's so listening to some of the comments based on the patch reaction kind of stuff. Come on, get in so I don't have to waste this. There we go. The problem is they're building on sand. So they're making sweeping changes to the game based on a system that isn't implemented. Like, here's the vision for this piece, and this piece is in right now, so we're going to go ahead and change that. But that change really is dependent on another change that isn't implemented. Right? So we see a massive adjustment in gameplay experience that would be much diminished had the other system been in place. And that's one thing I think they cannot do during early access. They can't. Like, if this patch happened on December 15th, the amount of people that will say, nope, want my refund, would be staggering. They can't do this for early access, period. Can't happen. We are having problems dealing with the effect of some of these changes, right? It's frustrating us, and we understand, at least 90% of us do, that this is an alpha, right? Or this is pre-alpha, whatever you want to call it right now. And this kind of stuff is going to happen, but somebody paying for early access is not going to feel the same way. The loudest people right now are going to be the average person at EA. So that's part of the reason I put that video out on the community raid, was I want to get as much positive experience information put into the community to say, hey, when you run into this inevitable bug that you're going to run into, look at all of the wonderful things that people are sharing about the game, and maybe it'll overshadow some of those bugs. Or Joe Blow that's never going to play Pantheon shitting on the game Vaporware. I'm just going to regurgitate what other people have posted. I'm going to follow because it's the meme right now. Because ultimately, I'm just as upset as probably most of those people at certain things, but I understand that that's not a permanent thing, right? Like this concrete is not dry. Right? I can still smooth the top out. I can still, you know, add some support, that kind of thing. But it's not dry. That's the important thing to remember. While you may be discouraged, I promise, and VR promises, it will get better. No, it hasn't. And I think exactly. Yeah, clock. Yep. Yep. We were just talking about that. Yeah, that needs to be a thing. And I volunteer a lot of time to sit in that environment. I have no problem with that. I have the perspective too, being a solution architect, to kind of help with that. My entire job is taking a software issue and finding a fix for it, finding a solution for it. So I have no problem spending a lot of time in there testing things. Yeah, yep. And I think that's what we see, right, as the player, is we see nerf, 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 nerf. And that is what's happening. But the intent is not nerf, 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 nerf. There's just a system that we don't see that isn't ready that's supposed to combat this. And not to say that everything that they're doing is perfect. It is not. You know, I don't think making things a ton harder. I don't think that, you know, making things easier is a solution, but I don't think making things ridiculously harder or trying to time gate somebody is the best approach. Because like, so one of the things that some of these companies decide to do, right, is they say, okay, well, and WoW does this for any number of things. I'm going to take and time gate somebody because they're playing this one character and they're getting to the end too quick, right? And the end isn't done, or the end isn't ready, or we don't want somebody to rush the end and then unsub, right? Well, people won't just play the one character and then, I mean, some people will, right? They're going to play the one character. They're going to go, okay, oh, there's no reason for me to progress from here. I quit. There's plenty of people that are going to be like, okay, well, I'm going to try this other flavor. It's like if you go into an ice cream shop, okay, and say you came in for chocolate peanut butter. And you get in there and they're like, well, we're out right now. There are people that are going to turn around and go, well, that's all I wanted, and they leave. The majority of the people are not like that, right? They're going to be like, ah, shit, that sucks. But you've got Rocky Road, or you've got whatever, right? People are going to try other things out. Maybe I'll touch the crafting system, or maybe I'll touch the perception system, or maybe I'll make an alt. Maybe I'll try this other class out that I was thinking about. Yeah, you also can't, exactly, you can't release a perfect system either, right? There needs to be some manageable or measurable progress, but not perfection. If they change the recipe, yes, I get the analogy. And that is a good point to bring up. They are changing the recipe as opposed to just taking saying we're out of a flavor. Yeah, I think that's a good call out, and that's kind of where I was leading, was you can't sap the fun out of a game. Like, you can make these changes, and right now, like I said, there's 0 or 11. Like, things that we want changed, there's no change to it. Things that maybe we didn't think needed to be changed have an 11, right, on the scale. Will this game be pay to play or buy to play? It will be buy to play. At some point, I'm not sure exactly what their plan is like at Go Live. I know there's no subscription fee through early access. So like if you were to pledge right now, you'd get access to the game up until December 1st, based on your pledge amount, which would be $50 or more. $50 or more gets you 2 copies of the game, one now and one at early access. But you can play 24/7 minus the downtime for early access. But the game needs to be fun and engaging, especially with Pantheon going into early access and a new influx of what I can only imagine will be thousands, tens of thousands of users minimum. If you're making these changes now and you take a lot of the fun out of the game, especially from a new player's perspective, it's a bad time to make that change. So one thing I was encouraged to hear that I don't think I ever actually heard the official stance on it was, you know, right now, if you engage a gray Chevron mob, you're just going to get your ass beat, right? Or any gray mob is somewhat challenging to, like, let's say an undergeared or ungeared player, right? That is changing. There will be a power jump based on level, not just gear, which is a much needed change. So like my new player video, I explained the con system, right? So you have gray, which yields no experience, and then you have green, which yields just a tiniest bit, light blue, a little more than green, blue, which is, you know, just under your level and yields decent experience, white, which yields good experience, yellow, so on and so forth, right? Well, that goes out the frickin' window when you deal with a Chevron mob. So, and Chevron being this little chevron here. So that denotes that this is a mob intended for a group. So the con is irrelevant for a Chevron mob, to an individual player, even a duo, in most cases. Unless you really know what you're doing, don't even try. But your level should have bearing on that, right? Say that you come out you start the game as a high school kid, right? Like you just out of school. You haven't done much with your life, and then you work your butt off and you become a professional athlete, right? That professional athlete is going to run a 40-yard dash faster than a kid just out of school, if you've trained immensely for it, right? Or lifted weights, or whatever analogy you want to use. There's going to be a power growth, right? Just based on your experience. That has to be the case in this game. You cannot just tie it to gear. The much needed UI changes I cannot wait for also. So many things to improve on this game. And that's the great part about the game too, is it's a fun, engaging game, and it's still so raw. Yep, sorry, Clock, catching up on your comments. Yeah, 100%. So I've always said that Visionary needs to do an 80-20 rule, right? So 80% of their vision should be the direction of the game, right? They're the ones creating it. This is what they have in store for us. And they need to listen to 20% of the community, right? And one thing that in politics and other things in life, the person who screams the loudest doesn't make that person the right one. Right, so they need to take that 20% from the right 20%, right, and then tailor that to fit the vision that they have for the game. Because you have the most hardcore of hardcore, the person who maybe doesn't have much to do, right, and this is all they do. And then you have, like, they're the top percent, and then you got the bottom percent, the person who plays like 5 minutes a week. And then you got the person that plays all day. Those are the exceptions, right? So we got to be careful listening to the exceptions. The players in the middle, I think, matter more on average than the players that spend all of their time or almost none of their time in the game. Because you could argue that the person that spends all of their time in the game is too invested. I know it sounds weird because you think, well, that's the guy that is the bread and butter of the community. Yes. Time spent, absolutely. So we don't want to piss that guy off and lose him, but also not everyone plays the game like that. So we got to be careful going too far to that side with the get good argument. Right? Like, in my opinion, Ravage is overtuned. A lot of people don't think it is. A lot of people think it is a dumb skill because it murders the tank. Like there's got to be, just like they're trying to balance the skills in the game, there has to be balance in the approach to what people want. We can't just listen to the people that say, yeah, quit being fucking babies. Exactly, JDon. We need to listen to them, but we need to listen to the people also that are saying, dude, this skill is ridiculous. With the 20 things I'm managing, if I don't look over for 0.7 seconds, I die. Maybe that's a little too much, right? Like, I don't think anybody's going, hey, make that easy, get rid of that skill in its entirety. No, I don't think anybody's saying that. I think what people are saying is, hey, maybe you'll revisit this because it's a little aggressive, like right out the gate. You know, and part of that is compounded by the fact that, like, let's say a level 20 goes into Halnir Cave, runs into Ravage, and gets one-shotted at the entrance on a gray mob because somebody accidentally pulled it. That's too much. And I know, you know, they're talking about, well, we're going to scale, you know, level's going to have more of a factor, and I think that will reduce the effective Ravage on somebody like that. But maybe it's overtuned. Maybe it's not, and they leave it in. That's completely fine. But it doesn't mean it shouldn't be examined. %, right? Baby steps. Let me give you an example of this mechanic so that you know the first time you encounter it, maybe you encountered a weaker version of it. 100%. Like, that's an absolute. That's exactly what they should do. I checked the Shadowy Thugs to see if Ravage, the baby version of Ravage was on them. You know, it's something that I'll call out in videos and certain things as well. Like, hey, you want to be careful for this because we experienced it, so you don't have to. So, but I also don't want to cover every single thing about the game. I want people to learn it organically, but I know people aren't going to. They're going to say, well, I really want to know, like, what hit me, or 100%. Yep. Yeah, so I've spent a bunch of time recording like camps and dungeon overviews. And by overview, I mean this is where it is, and then I'll explain the level intention around it. Right? Like, this is where you want to go around these levels. I don't want to get too far into, like, this is where all of the bosses are, this is what all of the bosses drop. Like, one thing that's annoyed me in other games is, like, I will want to learn, I'll want to learn something organically. Like, you know, I'm playing the game because I want to learn the game. I don't want to study it like I'm doing a book report and then jump into the game and play that. Right? That's why all of the content that I've released so far has been, hey, this is an overview, right? Like the class overviews. This is the thematic overview of a class. I'm not going to tell you every single skill, what every skill does, where every skill should be used in its entirety. That's for you, the player, to figure out. Yeah, Torque, and there absolutely, there's value in that. But it's kind of like, if you were to go in a game and then you OOC, hey, where is this and such NPC? And then immediately the community comes back, well, fucking look it up. There is a whole website you could find all this shit on. Well, maybe I didn't want to go to the website. Maybe I want to talk to people in a game that is massively multiplayer, filled with other people that may have the same question. It's like going, hey, does anybody know where this guy is? Like, why are you talking? Like, that's what it feels like a lot of times when you ask a question. You're like, I'm asking a question to a game filled with other players. If I wasn't supposed to ask this question to other players, why is there a chat system? You know, and there's, of course, the player that plays a lot and sees that question 100 times a day. So it can be frustrating. But remember, let's look at things from other people's perspective. If we all did that... Oh no! Pressure plate got me. And I died. Bad summoner, bad. Yeah. Anyone that's on this stream is going to have seen Merida's corpse at one point or another. Merida dies everywhere. Yeah, we're all going to go down. All right. My corpse just said, "Where are you?" Did you see that? I clicked release right as I saw that. Those are the funny moments in the game, and one of those bugs I hope they don't fix. Like, I hope they don't fix that for a long time. I almost think that bug is a secret marketing bug. It seems like an odd bug to have where corpses and other NPCs parrot player sayings. But yeah, so from an informational perspective, right? Eventually everything's going to be out there, right? Like EQ. Everything's been data mined. Everybody's going to min-max to the absolute point where they know all the different intricacies of the game. Yeah, they have exam. Yeah, there's plenty of that's going to happen. I'm excited. That's one of the most exciting points of the game for me. Was way back when, you know, when I pledged a decade ago. The perception system was the thing that was most intriguing to me. As far as one of the systems of the game, like acclamation always sounded really cool. But as a D&D player, the perception system, like, I don't know, that got me so excited about the game. And then I saw gnomes. And I went, oh, gnome summoner right out the gate. This is exactly what I'm going to be. I'm going to be a gnome summoner. I'm going to love this perception system. This game is going to be so awesome. And I won't lie. Some of you may think this is hilarious. Some of you may not understand what I'm talking about. So when I first heard about the game, does anybody know outside of Visionary Realms who Chris Perkins is? Not Visionary Realms, Chris Perkins. I heard, and this, I almost lost my mind, right? So I heard Brad McQuaid and Chris Perkins creating a game together. No, Dungeons and Dragons, Chris Perkins. As a big D&D fan, yeah. So at the beginning, I was like, holy shit, like EQ world builder and co-founder mixed with D&D. And then I was like, okay, this isn't the same Chris Perkins. So I was a little less excited. Not that there's anything wrong with Joppa, but I think he has a great vision for the game. But out the gate, when I first heard that, before doing any research and digging into the game, I was stoked. Where'd my music go? What's it doing? There we go. All right, I think I said we're going in this. See where our bodies are. But yeah, we're all a little sensitive, right? So it's like a freshly hammered finger. Everything's a little extra sensitive right now. We've seen some sweeping changes across that have ruffled some feathers, but I have faith that'll work itself out. Yeah, Gary Gygax, yeah. I was like, everybody says they're straight behind me. They are literally behind me. So I heard that they changed the wizard one-hander that looks like Gandalf staff to a two-hander. Is that true? I haven't looked. Yeah, we're on a corpse run. I think I ate pressure plate, and then we had an ad that finished everyone else off. Yep. Yep, we're on a... I'm just going to call them Merida runs from now on. We're on a Merida run. All right, here we go. I'm still really torn as to what... So JD, we were finishing up for the night the other day, and I was on my Ranger, and I went back to the Ranger Guild, and I turn around, and right behind the Ranger Guild spawn point is Merida's corpse. And I was like, how did you get a corpse here? And she goes, it must be a bug. I didn't die there. Like, yeah, sure you didn't die there. I still have no idea how I got there. See, you die so many times, you forget that you even died that many times. You forget where all your corpses are. I mean, Smiter and I were running around the other day, and we found 2 more corpses of yours, and he rezzed them. So you got a little bit of XP back. I'm glad somebody else knows where we were, because I haven't been paying attention. Yeah. That is good. That is good. Get some information on what people want to know about EA. Hey, Cals, welcome in, man. How you doing, Cals? We're on a corpse run currently. Oh, sorry, Merida run. Merida run. We're on a Merida run. Sorry. I said I was going to do that. It's all good. My XP went in a positive direction. I'm happy with that. I'm basically playing Summoner right now to see if I want to continue playing a Summoner EA. I'm not sure what I want to play. I kind of want to play a Dire Lord. Yeah, Torque, you do die a lot, but you're very adventurous. Merida dies because she didn't look at her health bar and she's like, oh, I've got to get the shiny thing, or I've got to loot that, or I need some XPs. But it's fun because she's so excited to go do things in the game that she dies for the right reason. I got you. I got you. I got you. Chill. You're fine. Everything's gonna be okay. Mana bomb, spike swarm. Come on, come on, spike. Spike. The tank. No, not the tank. Alright, we're just gonna mana burn. We got a mana burn. Come on, come on, come on, burn. Oh, shit. Well, that's gonna be another wipe. Yeah, we got one of them down. Can I hide? No, I can't hide. We're just, you can't climb, bro. We're not getting out of here. Yeah, where's the map? It's coming. I feel like that's the answer for everything. I promise it'll be there. How many times have you died from the monk flying ability, Torque? Keat, are you a big Pirate Software fan? Yeah, Thor's a good dude, man. I know there's a lot of people that don't like him, but yeah, it's good content. I like some of his stuff. For whatever reason, when I hear MS Paint now, that's all I think of is him drawing his shit in MS Paint all the time. If whiteboards didn't create so much dust, my whole office would be whiteboard. Asmon the Click Farmer. I'm skipping the pond there. So funny story. I was running my ogre over to do the last bit of the video yesterday, and it was after patch, so swimming was in. So my ginormous ogre, I was like, I'm expecting to just kind of like glide over the water, and I'm like bloop straight in, and then I panicked for a moment. And mainly I panicked because my first experience with water was on this summoner. I spawned him in and he was on the bridge at the summoner starting area. And I fell off into the water. And there's the first spot that I actually came to get back on land, I glitched and I couldn't. So I was like, oh my God, I'm perpetually stuck in the water. Luckily I was able to get out, but that's kind of the initial reaction when my ogre jumped in there. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so much larger and fatter and I'm going to get stuck. Like it's going to be so much easier for me to get stuck. And I didn't. I actually came right out of the water perfectly fine. But a little bit of my anxiety is still there today. Yeah, the dry erase crumbs. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That little dry erase dust. Nice twerk. Oh man, let's see if we can not die, because now my XP is going back the way it shouldn't be going. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do a Titan pet. Mainly for the armor, right? They get that 10% armor debuff. All right, give the tank his shield of spinning splinters. Good questions, Keith. That first one is a big one. Can I solo? Right? That is something that is sorely needed in Pantheon right now. So Pantheon is designed around a 2 to 3 hour play window. Oh, no fucking way. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Woof. Okay. Small panic moment. That corpse didn't have my gear. I was like, my gear just poofed. We have another corpse that has the gear. All right. Crisis averted. Whew. All right. Small moment of panic. Not that I had anything. I just had my crafted bags on there. Yeah, summoners are really good at solo. Yep. Their pets are pretty tanky. Although I haven't really tried to do much tough soloing. Because didn't they just change pet health? Yeah, man. A level 20. What the shit? Is that one of our group mates? Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm gonna say his corpse was turning. How did you feel about the monobomb nerf? I love the glowy shit in this cave, man. I love bioluminescence in any game, to be fair. Oh, I had clicked the wrong button. Dang it. Thought somebody set me up for my slow. Oh, it looks, they may have, oh yeah, somebody else consumed it, that's why. Yeah, my concern last season, with the summoner, I think I got him up to almost 20, I think it was like 18 or something. It felt very underwhelming on the DPS end. I do feel like it's much better this iteration. I feel like they are doing better. Although it just got a little bit more active now. I like the Chanter Mez direction. I think could have been. Yeah. No, I think we feel like that way, Torque, but the damage that my summoner is doing, pet damage and otherwise, is better than last season. Even with some of the changes. Like if I just look at raw numbers from mob to mob, from what I remember last season, it definitely feels stronger this season. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what I want to make. Summoner and Dire Lord are probably my top two right now. Merida's going to be a cleric, so I'm thinking what can go really well with a cleric. Dire Lord can go really well with a cleric. But I think Summoner would be good too. So I'm trying to think what would fit good party composition along with that, but yeah, Wizard is really good. Because you can't just mana dump, you have to be mindful of what you're doing. You can still be a glass cannon, but that glass cannon can blow up by itself. Yeah, Necro was my other option. I was gonna do, so when this iteration started, shit. Nope. I missed the feats. We're just getting ready to leave a bunch of corpses down here, so we're gonna run back to the drop down here. I'm just gonna die in here. You can't climb out here, bro. You're gonna die. Yeah, my first Dire Lord was the after the new races came out was the Dark Mirror. Int on them is really good. The pet, where are you? Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are coming in from EQ and they're gonna make a chanter and they're gonna go, where's my animation? Which I hope is a thing at some point. Like, it doesn't need to be really good, it just should be like eat some punches kind of thing. Yeah, yep. Everybody's gonna expect EQ chanter. Yep. Everybody wants that charm pet. That is fact. I'm right here, pet. Why you keep asking? I mean, I will play all of the classes, so I'll play them all. Pantheon. Gotta catch them all, right? Yeah, 2 years of EA, I'm gonna play all of the things. That's... So 2023, I filled my character creation, hit the limit. I made all of the classes, played them all. Liked most of them. With the combat revamp, I think I like all of them now. Obviously some more than others, but... Dude, I just wish I knew, like... Can you guys imagine, like, it could have been the opposite, right? But can you imagine what Pantheon would look like with Star Citizen's funding? That'd be a crazy game. Full perception system, as it was originally intended. I want to give them a little bit of credit too. I think the struggle... Don't get me wrong, having a lot of funding would have been great. I think the game would have been out and it'd been great, but I also think there's something to be said for the struggle. And it's pushing creativity, maybe doing some things that different that maybe they wouldn't have done. But I would like to think that if they had Star Citizen funding, this game would be like world changing. I backed both early, and early on I still have more faith despite some of the nice things I've played on Star Citizen. Yep, I'm same way. I backed on Star Citizen a long time ago. Played it for a short period of time. I have not been back in since. I probably, like I might, since I'm on vacation for a while, I might check it out. Just pop in, take a look, see what's different. Like I haven't even really looked at it in a long time. %. Yep. I haven't seen this many corpses in the spider caves in a minute. See, I died in a nice convenient spot to just fall on my corpse and get my stuff back. I did the Merida method. Yeah, the cool thing about Star Citizen though is they're like, the more funding they get, the more ambitious they get. And I think that could be really bad, but I think it's also good. So like one thing this pisses me off about most industries right now. Everything is about the money. Nothing is about the progress anymore. Now, I don't like progress for the sake of progress necessarily, but there's something to be said of like, hey, I'm gonna eat a little bit less profit to do something that is going to push the envelope. You know what I mean? Like innovate. Like that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen anymore the way it should. So like, it's the same thing with movies, right? Like you've got to be a comic book thing to make a frickin' movie now. Like a lot of those cult classic movies don't get made because, oh, investors think blah, blah, blah. Like, well, maybe it's not just about the frickin' money. Maybe it's about producing something that people will enjoy. Like money will come. Find a person that is doing a project that you believe in and take a risk. Like whose corpses are missing? Oh, lordy. No, I don't know what these dudes are doing. They're trying to climb. You're not going to climb out, guys. It's like so a great example, like recently, is the Dungeons and Dragons movie. If anybody hasn't seen it, I 100% recommend you go watch it. They're like, oh, it didn't make enough money to make a sequel. What the hell you mean? Yeah, we got I think everybody got their bodies. Oh shit, I didn't know that. That is good to know. Call me a liar. I didn't know you could climb out of here. Okay. Well, you learn something new every day, don't you? I'm getting teabagged by a rogue right now. Mondays, am I right? Ah, what happened? Oh, there we go. Oh, did I just push him off? Nope, no one saw that, right? I didn't push him off. He fell. Definitely wasn't me. Oh, dude, yeah. When his when his bard starts melting, like his illusion, that gets me every time, every single time. And like the owlbear part, and yeah, so good. Oh yeah, 100%. Like the people who didn't go because they're like, oh, it's gonna be another shitty D&D movie. I 100% understand that. Like, I get that. I was the same way. I'm like, my God, I hope. Like, I'm gonna give them my money, and I'm just gonna hope that, right, it's gonna pay off. And then we watched it, and I was like, oh, we've got to watch that again. So, which is part of the reason I think the performance in the theaters was so bad, was because everybody's expecting another shitty D&D movie. Cows, one sec. Sorry, the wife has requested food. Some classes got new spells, yes. I'm not sure what those spells are. Okay, everybody's heading out. All right. Yeah, so by EA, everyone will have skills and spells up to 40. They did just add warriors, some warrior spells and stuff in. I think some other classes got additional spells as well. Yep, clerics and wizards got new spells. Summoner got a spell change. Summoner's a little more active now. You gotta spin up your damage, basically. So, Jadion, would you recommend Summoner, Dire Lord, or Necro to go with a cleric pairing? I'm on the fence. Oh, by the way, if anyone has not seen the new Gloom, oh my God, it is so much better. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, the new Gloom is so good. By the way, if no one has been in the stream before to see Snow, Snow is our perpetual shaman lover. If anyone has a question on a class, shaman is the answer for Snow. Shaman is always the answer. You need heals? Shaman. You want to run faster? Shaman. You need haste? Shaman. You want to drop some dots on a mom? Shaman. Do you like nature damage? Shaman. Yeah, I'd like to see Ixar and Froglock in here too. 'Cause, 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 I won't lie, I was kind of bummed not getting Dark Elf. But Dark Mirror is close, right? That's their flavor of Dark Elf. Dude, if Shaman get tacos at level 34, it's over, bro. Merida is 100% a Shaman if they get tacos at 34. And we'll no sleep till 34. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I'm doing that a lot lately. All right, we need to stop moving for a minute so I can put in a food order. Yeah, so we'll have a static. So Clock, Torque, and all of them, they're gonna. We may not level like right at early access together, but we're definitely gonna do a lot of content together. So we're gonna have a warrior, we're gonna have a shaman, we're gonna have a cleric, we're gonna have a lot of those classes. So I think there's a lot of flexibility in what we can make. So I don't know if anybody else is like this. I get class envy really easily. Because, like, I see somebody do something that their class does really well, and I'm like, that's so cool, I want to do that. And then I'll make that character and I'll start playing them, and then, like, let's say Necro, right? Oh, you summon a Necro pet, you got all these dots, and you're stealing all this health and essence off of a mob and whatnot, and it's so much fun, like, looking, and you're like, cool, I make a Necro, and I play the Necro up, and then I see the Ranger being like frickin' Yoda, bouncing in and out of combat, just shooting arrows and doing crits and making their swords glow and all this, and I'm like, man, that's really cool, I'm gonna go play a Ranger. It kills me, I hate it. I like all the things, I want to play them all. And then you start split investing, right? You're like, okay, now I've got a bankroll like 5 characters. So now I'm broke. All of my guys have like mid-tier gear, but I'm playing all of them. Oh, I get it, man. Enchanter, the higher your level your Enchanter gets, the more fun it gets. Those first few levels, though, were rough. Especially solo. It's gonna turn a lot of people away. Yeah. When I played it, I was like, man, getting an Enchanter past 10 is gonna take some intestinal fortitude. Yeah, Necro really, like, so on my Necro, when I hit 12, I really felt like a Necro at that point. Like, I kind of feel like a Necro. Like, the toolkit's there. I was super stoked to hear Corpse Summon, by the way, if no one heard. Necros will be getting Corpse Summon. When I did my first video, it was on Necromancer, and I'm like, guys, we're missing Corpse Summon. What the fuck are we doing? Like... Like, that is a much needed spell in the game. You know, it's gonna save your GMs from having to do all that corpse summon crap too. Because people are gonna get impatient, like, I need my corpse now, I'm just gonna pay somebody to get it back, or trade somebody something, or something of that nature. But hearing that, I was like, okay, I feel so much better. Yeah, when you get to 12, I really started feeling like I had the full, like the Necro came online, if that makes sense. Like you had the Necro abilities, but I really felt like 12 is like when you felt like, okay, I'm a Necro now. Because you get your life tap, you get your leech over time, you're able to stack enough dots that you feel like you're doing meaningful damage. You got nobody snaring? I guess I just need to mana bomb low. I hate that we're crawling. I need to order food. Get in there. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit, Cal. All right, let me get this food order in. See if I can split. I have one eye on Pantheon, one eye on my phone here. Did my damage shield wear off on him too? I think it did. I do wish damage shields were a little longer. Like, I don't need 45 minutes, but I wish they were a little longer. And I can't wait till I can see the frickin' timer on my spells. Like, that sorely needs to be a thing. That was one thing I was hoping would be in before early access, was some UI updates for ease of use, user experience. Yeah. Oh, you're good, man. I greatly appreciate the new sub train leader, by the way. 100% appreciate it, man. Yeah, lurk away. Lurk away. Maybe that's what I'll do, is I'll wait till that. I'll spike swarm at the end so the mob, when it's running, it doesn't get too far off. Prevent some ads, maybe. Ah, shit. I looked down at my phone and I missed my spell. There we go. So what is everybody, chat, what is everybody making for EA? What is your plan for the first, your first character in EA, or what's your main? I know some of you are going to play alts, I already know that. I'm liking that I'm seeing a lot of people wanting to make tanks. That is encouraging to me, because it always feels like tanks and healers are scarce. And so many people are like, I'm making a shaman, I'm making a cleric, I'm making a dire lord, I'm making a paladin, I'm making a warrior. Summoner, shaman, cleric. See, 2 of the 3 healers. I love it. Yeah, they're all good choices, man. Like the bubble clerics get their heal proc. There's so much good in the healer toolkit between both of them. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense to do that as a nice in between everything kind of solution. 1 second. All right. Did he resist that? That son of a... Kudos for Chanter for mezzing. 100%. Good gerb. Good gerb. Alright, I'm back to what I was doing. Hey. Hey. I don't think so, bro. Nice, yoink. I love it. No running for you, buddy boy. Everybody's moving up. All right, I'm almost done. I promise. I promise, group. I'll be better. I'll be better. Yeah, that's the thing that I was not super thrilled with right there. Was you spend all this time building up your damage and then it's resisted. It's really, really painful. So I feel like what they should do is they should build a resist counter for each shard that you build up to mitigate the fact that it would be an all or nothing, if that makes sense. But it depends on the way they calculate the damage. Does the damage count as 3 hits? I'm guessing it doesn't. Because you get one number, right? Versus like multiple numbers popping up. So it's probably calculated as a bunch as opposed to individual. Yeah, I need to parse all this. So like that one did 19 damage. If I do 2, two did 57, 3 does 99 or more. 99 on a regular hit. So it's worth it to get to 3, but it sucks, like I said, if you get resist. It's like that one did 109 with a 3 charge. Don't get me wrong, I like it. It makes, like, thematically, it's perfect, right? I'm summoning a spike, I'm summoning another spike, I'm summoning another spike, and then I send them all, right? Like thematically, that makes a lot of sense. You are a summoner, it's right in the frickin' name. It makes 100% sense, but I also would like to see that calculated as each individual spike has a chance to resist versus resist all or none. I really love the fact that like if you drop a mana bomb on them when they're running, it looks like a fuse burning behind them versus them just like standing still. It's really good looking. They've done a fantastic job with the visual effects. Is it me or did they change the fact that your pet won't engage when somebody gets hit with a damage shield on him? Has that changed? Because I've got a damage shield on our tank. My pet isn't engaging until I send him or I attack. Like, watch. Oh, I might be seeing something. Maybe he was casting. It looked like he just engaged. But I swear to God, I've seen him a couple of times not engage, even though the tank's gotten hit. Oh shit, did I run out of mana? No. Oh, I'm targeting the wrong dude. Boom. There we go. My bad. 123. I'm probably just crazy, don't mind me. Am I the only crazy person that still clicks skills? I tried a hotkey. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'll do this. I'll just start keeping my hand up here so I can't use a mouse, and I'll just figure out how to not do that. Like I have, so I'm using a different Razer mouse, but I have a MMO mouse that has all the buttons. I don't know. I just couldn't get into it. One of the comments I had on one of the videos was, "Oh God, guys, we got a clicker." I was like, "We sure do." There we go. That should help. Got him slowed. Man, our wizards are so good, man. I'm so excited for the level requirements getting taken off of frickin' crafted material, like crafted gear. Who doesn't like a little Twinkie? If I go out and grind cash, I need to be able to buy gear to put on. So they're going to nerf, I believe, all crafted gear to be in the common tier, except for the rare crafted schematics that are going to start dropping once they implement that. Now, I don't know if the crafted gear is going to be like a fraction better than dropped common or not. I think that should be the case because that'll entice more people to craft. I'm clicking again. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. Somebody done? Who done? I'm still about a bub and a half away. I'm almost to 10. Holy crap. I don't have any of my 10 spells on me because I am a slacker. All right, so question for chat. If you were to create a class, Torque, I already know your answer, Inquisitor. If you were to create a class for Pantheon, what would the theme be? And what would the class name be? And what would the theme of that class be? You want Eldritch Blast Warlock or Poison Disease Nuke like EQ2? Okay. Okay. Well, luckily we are getting Bard. I'm excited to see what they do with Bard. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what they do. Nivea, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Bear Shaman Healer as in Age of Conan. Oh. Good callback. So Age of Conan is a good example of on a launch what not to do. So earlier I was talking about like 100%, 100% the multiple like the paths that you could go down. I'm hoping so an exciting thing about Mastery is I really hope they kind of give you this delineation for choices in skills to alter them, like make them go one way or the other, not just necessarily use Mastery to make things more powerful. I think that would be a great way because then there's going to be variations between builds. But what I was saying earlier in the stream was right, the dev needs to have 80% of their vision be the game, right? And then the 20% needs to be tailored to what the people want, right? Age of Conan was the opposite. So Age of Conan released, for anybody who didn't play it, they released, and then people said, oh, we want X, Y, and Z. And because being so reactionary from watching games release and then just die, Age of Conan was like, we're going to give everybody what they want. So they started taking all the feedback from the community and just putting it in right in the game. Completely ruined it. Then they went back after like it was bleeding to death and said, okay, we've really got to revisit these systems and balance everything. And man, Age of Conan was really good though. It had the bones to be a great game as well. They just murdered their player base. 100%. Yeah. Yep. Yep. People are like, I want this because I want this feeling from it. I'm like, yeah, but part of the chase is what makes you do this stuff. Like the design to go into Halnir, right? Why would I want to go in Halnir and struggle through these mobs? Like other than just the struggle. Okay. What's going to entice me to come there? Items, right? You want to chase. You want to chase gear. It's like if I put a perfect game in front of you, okay, and then I gave you a slash command that gave you all the best gear, you wouldn't play the game. Period. Doesn't matter how good the game was. If I could just type in something and get what I wanted, and I could do that, you wouldn't play the game. You need a chase. You need a goal. Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, "Oh, I have X, Y, and Z now. I don't need to play." You need the chase. Yeah, you need to. So like Halnir should be great XP, but with great XP should come great risk, or with great items comes great risk, right? You need to balance that kind of thing. You want to put those really good items on hard mobs or hard to reach mobs or rare mobs. Yep. And there's just so many spots in the game where the risk isn't worth the reward right now. But that's all coming. Sorry, I'm making a bunch of noise. The mage should sit down and med, probably. Oh, jealous. I just got food, but now you said tacos. I hear Shaman get tacos at 34. Oh, I dropped my... Everybody doing Tex-Mex today, huh? Chicken fajitas, tacos. Yeah, I'd like some clam chowder, man. I haven't had like clam chowder in forever. We're in Texas, so you don't get much clam chowder here. Lots of Tex-Mex. Cap, you would have chose Tex-Mex though, right? Just blame her. Oh shit, send the pet, send the pet. Damage shield wore off. Oh man, probably should have. Well, yeah, I'm not going to do acclamation on this guy, so it doesn't really matter if I have the quest or not. Let's say we're killing the geomancers, so. Yeah, anywhere to form a group loot when coming to Pantheon. Are you talking about the loot system? So there's round robin right now. All right, I'm gonna mana dump on this dude. I need to get damage shield on him. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Ah, damn it. Just faded. Yeah, most people don't know about the round robin because they don't change their loot settings. It's something I plan on putting out as a part of a series as well before early access. We're gonna go over a lot of little things just so people have some educational stuff. It's actually Merida's idea. She's a first-time MMO player. Didn't you grab his corpse? Where's his corpse at? So we just gotta worry about the roamer from behind us here. And if you didn't know, there's you can do exclamation YouTube. I've got all class video or class overview videos done for everybody but Warrior. Warrior got put on hold for a minute. It was supposed to come out this weekend, but we had a patch. I had another project I promised I would get done. Oh. And there's also top 10 tips. There's actually like 14 or 15 in there, but there's a top 10 tips for new players video. And there's going to be a bunch more kind of coming out over the next little while. It sounds like JDL's doing the same, so you should check his stuff out too. Yep, yeah, we'll see you in a bit, man. Rage Fest later got it. Silly Geomancer. I cannot wait to check out the new zones. Oh my gosh. Watching some of the streams with Bronson's work on the new mobs and stuff. Got some cool stuff coming, people. I'm telling you. Yeah, /help. Yeah, if you type /help, there's a massive list of / commands. All available server-wide / commands. Hey, level 10. Yep, we're gonna have some like dinosaur stuff. Lots of new stuff coming. I'm so excited about Wild's End. It's one of my fondest memories. So 1998, beta tested EverQuest, right? Made a barbarian warrior. And at that time, they didn't have trade skills in. So they put in a crafting system where you could make bandit armor. And I thought that was like the coolest thing, and I had so much fun running around getting killed by the Vengeful Soloist. Or Lyricist? Soloist? I can't remember now. Anyway, so like thought that was like the coolest thing ever. And then finally, like one day I was like, you know what, I want to try. It's a perfect time, right? We're in beta. I'm going to try all these different things. And this actually might be where my rooted altaholicism comes from. Was I made a wood elf. Yeah, yep, yeah, the guy that roams, he kind of roams towards the newbie area, so you come out of Hollis, right, and you head to the right. And he wanders through there, and I was like, oh, a skeleton, and anyway, he murdered me, but so I made a wood elf, right? And you start in Kelthin. Blew my frickin' mind. You have a city in the trees with like a little lift that you click on a lift and it goes down, you click on the lift, it goes up. A young man's life was changed that day. Yep, yeah, it was life-changing. I thought that was like the coolest thing. Oh yeah, Everfrost was crazy too, because it was bright as shit during the day. And then at night you can't see a damn thing because you're a barbarian. And then take that same barbarian, once Kunark launched and you're trying to go through the Dreadlands tunnel. Just running in a circle because you can't see if you're making a turn. So you're cranking your monitor's gamma up so you can try to see something. Oh man, EverQuest ruined my life. I don't know. That's a good question. I'm assuming at some point there'll be some character creation variation to it. How long have I been without a pet? What am I doing, folks? Yeah, we're gonna pull the Zephyr back out. And there's my pet. Where are you? I'm right here. Hi. My poor group. I'm playing terribly right now. But if you remember, I really wanted to play Ranger. This is why I don't want to main a Ranger for on stream. I won't do the Ranger justice. They're so active. They're so much fun though. They just need some adjustments to their like forage. Well, now I got spikes queued up for 3. I just need to... Do I keep them tuned up? Ready to go when this mob comes in? Oh shit, we got mono regen now? Man, this pet likes to ask where I'm at. Where the hell did he just go? He went back that way. Looked like he went off to the left. So chat, what was everyone's first MMO? I know they got some EQ vets out there. I do count MUDs as an MMO too, by the way. Torque and I are on the same page. Neverwinter Nights, way, way, way back. Old AOL. Oof. Neverwinter Nights got me started. Then there was Elder Scrolls. I played a game called Santa Paravia on floppy disk a long, long time ago. Loved that game. But EQ cemented my love for the genre. Changed my life. Some say ruined. Yeah, Neverwinter Nights was really good. Like the original Neverwinter, like the scrolling, like alternate reality style Neverwinter Nights. And then of course they remade it. Or they made a different game that was Neverwinter Nights in the same wheelhouse, but not the AOL version. And those recluses are nasty. Man, the equipment back then, yeah, RAM stackers and 72-pin Sims. So a funny story, when my first computer died, I had a massive hard drive. And so when that thing finally like crapped out, it was like a 75 meg hard drive or some like ridiculous amount. 75 megabytes. It died. I took it out and I took it out back and I used it for shot put practice. That thing was heavy. And my parents had bought me a cheap desk. And so I had this 286 PC that sat on this desk. I actually warped my desk. My desk had a bow in the middle of it from the PC and the monitor. The good old days. Disciples, nice. Yeah, my brothers were much older, so we used to play stuff like Zork, like text-based. Lots of cool old games. The old Commodore 64. Dating myself a little bit. Yeah, we had a good time. I mean, we played, so my brothers played D&D. They got me into it. Yeah, Legacy of the Ancients. Yep. Oregon Trail. Yep. This pet keeps asking where I'm at. Am I right in thinking that that's the drop down right there? I think so, right? Maybe not. They pull a bat. Dude, bats are nasty, man. Their accuracy reduction, it's pretty rough. Nightmare on Elm Street on the Commodore 64. Yeah. Wanted to get into D&D for years, played with a friend and his two brothers. They were young and couldn't stay focused, never really did anything. Yeah, so if you haven't seen it, so there's a tool that it wasn't made by Wizards, but I think Wizards bought it finally. It's called D&D Beyond. It's a really good way to get folks into Dungeons and Dragons because it's got a lot of the rules and the selections and stuff that you normally have to read this big book, the player's handbook, to figure all that stuff out. Now it's all done in kind of an interface and people can play it off of their tablet. Like you can even roll the dice on like a digital surface, and they've got like a mapping software that's really rudimentary, but they built that in. It's pretty cool. It's been useful in getting some of our play group into the game. Because what I don't think a lot of people, they don't understand what D&D is supposed to be. Ellie Green, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. But the easiest way to explain it is collaborative storytelling, right? So the DM is like the referee. And so the DM has like this idea of what they're going to do, right? And then the players are just living in that D&D world that the DM has created, or if they're running like a campaign or something like that. But the job of the DM is to be kind of like a guide in helping you tell your story mixed with the theme of the encounter, right? Or the campaign. So yeah, it's not like a visual process, but the collaborative storytelling can be really, really good. It's not for everyone, but if you've never played, I highly recommend you try. And check that D&D Beyond out. It's pretty good. It's pretty good for getting people in and getting them started. It's useful because it helps take some of the rules, like the rules that you need to remember. It helps take some of that out. Yeah, we may do some online D&D stuff at some point. Yeah. Yeah, we've done some remote D&D stuff. It's not quite the same as hanging out with all your buddies in the same room, but it's a better substitute than none, right? If there's any benefit from COVID, it made people communicate from a distance, right? Like get used to that type of communication. Not a lot of positives came out of that, but there are some. Boom. This pet will not stop talking, man. My pet just keeps running around. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I'm right here, bro. Don't you have eyes? Like, he has eyes. They may be a little squinty, but he has eyes. So question for chat. Do you like the new summoner models or the old summoner models? The pet models? Or both? In which do you prefer? See, I knew somebody was going to like the old ones. Don't get me wrong, I really do like the new ones, but I also like the old ones. I feel like the new ones are more Pantheon. The old ones were more like homage to EverQuest. Like classic EverQuest pets. I like both. These ones are definitely more flashy. And from my understanding too, you're going to be able to put armor on them and it will display armor on the Archimental, which is pretty cool. That's one of those little details I think that'll be really good. Yeah, the variation between them is good. I did think that the older pets needed some more differentiation other than just like a little bit of a glow color. Yeah, I think that wouldn't... That's a perfect idea, Smiter. I think that would be a cool way to do it. Like, your first iteration of the pet maybe is the old model. Right? And then as they get higher, like your next tier maybe is this model, or maybe 2 tiers down the road. So you feel like you're increasing your ability in which to summon or put together an Archimental, if that makes sense. Over. So I just saw somebody responded to my post on the Pantheon Discord, like, where do you find the time? I have no time. I have none. Pantheon is all of it. Video editing, like, you can ask Merida. Laying in bed, what to show, what to do, what do I need to work on? +2. So I'm streaming Pantheon, which is about as much. I stream Pantheon almost as much as a normal job. Then video editing, so every video that you see is probably, while it ends up as 5 minutes, it may have taken me many hours to get that 5 minutes worth of footage, because I'm physically playing the classes. I'm coming up with the analysis or the information on it. Then I've got to get the footage for it. I've got to record the audio for it. Then I got to edit it all together. Then I'm a perfectionist and I have to release stuff that makes me cringe. But I think it's important that the content creators are out creating content and getting as much information out there so that people who don't have the time can absorb some of that information, make the best decisions, save them some time. So... We're at 64 silver. That's not too bad. It's enough to get our spells. I haven't looted a damn thing since we've been in this group. That's fun because they've been carrying me, so. So bottom of the bag fries, are they the best or the worst fries? Holy shit, are you serious? You ate your cake? Was it chocolate? Oh my gosh. Is he throwing up? You gonna take him to the vet? Hopefully he doesn't have that gene, man. Yeah, hopefully he's not sensitive to chocolate like a lot of puppy dogs can be. Did you ask him if he enjoyed it? He's farting up a storm. We're not talking right now. See, what happened is he was like, hey man, I gotta go outside. And you're like, give me just 5 minutes. And he's like, you know what? I'm gonna teach him a lesson. I'm gonna go eat his birthday cake. I'll mute real quick, take a bite. 1 second. Don't want to chew in y'all's ear. Yeah, nothing fancy, just McDonald's. They keep telling me I need to spend my reward points, so. You know, the kiddo loves chicken nuggies, so we got plenty of points from chicken nuggets. Yeah, the cake was terrible, so he saved you. That's what it was. Yeah. That is true. Why am I not stabbing? Like, I don't have a weapon. It's weird. There it goes. Oh, it's because I was casting, that's why. I think I'm on Broken Maw. I'm pretty sure. I joined the populated server just to make sure I had some grouping options. So I was just gonna run around in solo for a bit until I found a group. Just real chill group. It looks like they're probably gonna break up in a minute. You're probably okay, man. I'll probably be soloing and throwing an LFG up too. So I know I mentioned it for people earlier on stream. But anybody who's looking to get a group, in case you did not know. Oh, looks like somebody done. You can hit your L key. Gonna bring up this social window. Within this social window, under LFG, if you're looking for a group, just click this. If you're not in a group, your name will appear in this list. So if you are a group looking for more people, you can just come to this LFG group social window and say, okay, I need a level 10 wizard. Look, Pell. So you can find those people. Yep, and you can invite him from that screen, so you can just right click. Not right click, left click, and then click group invite. See, this is the stuff I'm talking about. That Deathweaver's corpse just said peekaboo. It's not a bug, it's a marketing ploy. Yeah, so the map says Beetlejuice, and if it says it 2 more times, it death touches the tank. Yeah, dude, lots of new mobs coming in. It's pretty good. I got a pet, so I'm gonna wait till everybody else stacks out. Welcome back, Cal. Oh, the tank's gonna wait. Boop. Ah, there's a bald guy. All right, let's get our level 10 stuff, guys. What are we doing here? Wait, did I already get that one? Wind dagger? Yeah, I did. Okay. All right. Time to mem some spells. Nope, I forget it upgrades that one. All right, we're gonna put some gear on our pet here. All right, so our pet now has crude bindings and crude gauntlets. Now we're gonna put energized amp on there. So we're gonna give our Zephyr pet more mana, which means he should do more damage. And let's take a quick gander at level 12. I think we get our fire pet, right, at 12? No, that's right. 12 is just all armor. Crude support, crude core. Level 14 is flame whip. Guard. Array. Quickening. And then fury. Fury is your fire pet. So that's at 14. All right, so we're gonna do what I was just talking about. We're gonna hit that LFG button. Make sure. I'm trying to remember. We put some stuff in the bank. What did we put in here? That's right. We didn't have a whole lot on this guy. What? Oh, that's a bank bag. Okay, yeah, we moved it. I forgot it doesn't move the position of the bag. I was like, wait a second. That was in the bank. Okay. A little bit of sellables. So we're going to keep those tattered pelts, put those in here. Yeah, I'm probably going to try to level a little bit. I'm just going real casual, real chill, just trying to get a little bit XP here and there. I think everybody went to make lunch and do that kind of stuff, so. Luckily, my beautiful wife brought lunch. The AFK summoner. Well, guess what, buddy? They put in Spike Swarm. You're not AFK anymore. You gotta cast 4 spells to do 1 spell's worth of damage. Everybody with them Tex-Mex today. Steak and chicken fajitas. Nice. Where did you get fajitas from? Like a chain or a little mom and pop Tex-Mex place or what? Oh, by the way, I completely forgot. Happy Thanksgiving week to everyone. I hope everyone is going to have a fantastic week. So if I don't see you for the rest of the week, I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving. Mom and pop place? Oh, that's the best, man. I'm gonna make Merida some chicken fajitas this week. She just got excited. Wait for it. The comment is coming. She's typing. I hear it. Merida could eat fajitas every day. Every day. Don't get me wrong. I love fajitas too. Not every day. You gotta have tacos in there too. All right, let's go see if boars and bears are up. We'll kill them while we look for group. Hey, this tree just said peekaboo. Man, I'm having that a bunch today. What I'm craving right now, birria tacos. That I could eat almost every day. I forgot I need to summon armor for both pets, so I'm going to do that real quick. Man, where are the Archimental weapons? I want cool weapons from a pet. Now the Howlers are saying peekaboo. Everybody's saying peekaboo. Peekaboo. So right now, everything I can summon is no trade, but I'm hoping. I'd like to be able to summon weapons similar to like an EverQuest where you can, yeah, you know, dole out pet weapons to like Necros or maybe even, I don't know if like shaman pets will be able to wield weapons. I'm guessing not, but it would be cool to be able to summon some armor and stuff. Even if it's temporary, summon it for the Necros, I think it would be cool. Yeah. Yep. I think it would be cool to do that kind of thing. Ooh, did I get a Zircon? Hell yeah, I did. Nice. The Jacked Rabbit is up. Oh no. Smiter, are you on? Hey, come to the Jacked Rabbit. Let's kill him. So chat, what is everyone's favorite thing about Pantheon so far? Like what do you love most about the game? So like Torque is the fact that his monk can fly. Assault farming. There is no shortage of salt, that's for sure. Wow, I'm surprised. I was expecting my post on Reddit to get lit up, and there's no comments so far. Normally, it's people just being super salty. Hey, thanks for the YouTube vids. Help decide to pledge and play it. Hell yeah, welcome. Welcome, I'm so glad. You're gonna have a lot of fun. It is an alpha, so just remember that. There's gonna be a lot of challenges. There's gonna be a couple of tears. There's gonna be lots of laughs, lots of fun. It's gonna be a good time though. All right, here we go. Pet's holding pretty well. Y'all aren't going to see this. I'm going to turn around, okay? Nothing to see here. So when EA starts, you're going to be bound to a server. Now, architecture-wise, they're going to have a few core servers, and what it's going to do is it's going to spin an instance of that server up to offload some of the capacity, if that makes sense. So that way, inevitably, when the people who get burnt out or just wanted to test it a little bit to see how alpha was and don't intend on playing long-term, when they scale those servers back down, everybody's going to be on the same shard, if you will. So if you think about like, if you're familiar with like World of Warcraft, where people from the different servers can all join at the same time and that kind of thing. So that kind of is going to be what happens there. So those servers will be on one base server, but there'll be shards of it. So you want to pick the right server name as your friends, but you may be on different instances of that. I'm not sure how the instancing is going to work with grouping. So like if you want to group with your friends, but you both end up on a failover, I'm not sure how that's going to work yet. Yeah, you'll all want to join on the same server name. Because like right now you can just log, you can server hop. So I can jump from Broken Maw right now to Haven Song. I have the same character. It's just going to get copied over. Once early access starts, that won't be a thing. So you need to join the same server, but that server will instance itself, if that makes sense. So that way it can scale up and scale down without like having an issue getting in the same server, if that makes sense. But there'll be a bunch of different servers to choose from. It sounds like there's a pretty significant number of people who have wishlisted. So they're definitely getting their ducks in a row from the hardware standpoint. And right now, I think the server pop is $250 per server right now. It's going to be 500 at early access, 500 per shard. But the capacity is rumored to have 10,000 people per server stable. I know they spent a lot of time on the network architecture. The other thing too is like, so right now when you go to Halnir's Cave or something like that, you're going to zone. That won't be a thing at 1.0. It'll be in early access, but the world is intended to be without zones, so seamless. Yeah, yep. Yeah, so you have, so the combat revamp, you have the 3 different bars, right? So you have this bar right here. This bar right here is your techniques, right? So when you go into your bag and you're gonna, or your bag, your book, as you click through some of these. So like manifest decoy is a summoner technique. So if I right click it, it's going to go on my technique bar, right? And then you have your buff bar, right? That's going to have all of your buffs, your pets, that kind of stuff are going to be on here. Keep in mind that if you like, if I unmemorize this summon Titan, my Titan pet will go away. I can't summon a pet and then unmemorize a spell. I have to keep it maintained on this bar. And then you have just your normal spells, like your offensive spells are down here. And then of course your auto attack. So it's interesting. It's a little different than anybody's probably used to, but I like it. And the good thing is you have a limited action set, right? So you can't just memorize all of your stuff and then figure out what the rotation is between those. You're going to have to say, oh, I need to do X, Y, Z. So therefore, I need to memorize these spells and unmemorize those spells, if that makes sense. So like shamans will do a lot of that. Shamans will be, because they have so many tools in their toolkit, they're going to have to pay attention to what they're doing and what they keep mem. They have to be very selective about that. So it puts some thought into it. But the technique system is fantastic. It is a very, very good change for the game. Because, for instance, say a rogue can open up an exposed state on a mob, and then I can consume that exposed state with Conjure Chains, and I can slow the mob by 25%. And then I can drop Force, which creates an opening gap for 30 seconds that someone else can consume and do their debuffs. So not only am I a DPS with pets and utility, but I can also slow mobs, which previously would be like, you know, Shaman or Enchanter in like EverQuest, right? Slowing mobs, or Bard. So it gives that flexibility where now you have an avenue for some of these classes to be just as valuable as others in a group. It's a really, really good design. If and when they bring this to 1.0, it is going to be a fantastic game. I don't know who came up with it, but they deserve a raise. It is a very engaging design. Because it's going to force you to be more social too, right? So like you're going to have to tell somebody, oh, maybe I only thought about I needed to open one expose. Maybe I need to do two because I have two different people that can consume those or exploit them. So there's going to be this communication of, hey, we're coming up against this mob. Instead of slowing the mob, we need to reduce armor. Or instead of reducing armor, we need to slow the mob. Or we need to drop its resistances or whatever. So there's some level of communication that will occur to say, okay, this next mob coming up, here's the mechanic. Here's what we want as far as debuffs on that mob. It's really good for a social MMO. So while people may get hurt about different changes to different things, just remember, it will all come out in the wash. It's going to be okay. It just may not be okay right now. Yeah, I'm glad to see you. Glad to see you pledging. Are you going to play before EA, or I guess you did, right? Or you are playing right now? Yeah. What are you settling in on for early access? Like what, class is most interesting to you? Hell yeah, that is exactly what I recommend. So I sound like a broken record over the last month or so. I've been telling everybody, pledge now, play all of the classes that you're interested in, if not all of them, period. Because what that's going to do, it's going to allow you to kind of feel, right, what class is most interesting to you. So when early access comes, there's no second guessing. It's like, hey, I'm going to play this guy until I decide I don't want to play him anymore. Right, you can just go balls to the wall and play whatever tune that you found that you liked the most in early access. Yeah, all of the classes. So something in doing all of these videos that I've learned, every class has their little niche, right? So like Summoner's got a lot of utility where you can slow, and you got pets, and you've got a damage shield. You know, you can pseudo crowd control with a tank pet to you know, rip taunt if you like, what, 3 seconds at a time here and there. So you can off tank and almost be like a mez for an ad or something of that nature, depending on what you're fighting, obviously. You know, Necro's dropping all those dots and fearing and rooting and doing all that stuff. Shaman's got so many tools in the toolkit, man. They're like a Swiss Army knife. Cleric has got some interesting wrinkles, like where they can melee to increase their mana. You know, they get bubbles, they get heals, they get offensive heal procs. Like, so many classes have really good kits. They've done a really good job of kind of spreading the wealth through them, through the different classes. Obviously, there's going to be balancing issues. There's going to be skills that don't quite work right or don't work as intended. That's all part of it. But for the most part, every class is fun. Is fun. Can't talk today. Oh, these guys. Oh, they're green. I can kill these guys. Hey, get back here. Dude, Wizard's really good. You just have to be careful. So I illustrated, if you watch the Wizard video, I killed myself in the Wizard video to illustrate the downside to just like nuke dumping. So if you get a bad resist and you really need to drop an extra fire nuke or, you know, whatever it happens to be, it can go really bad for you. But man, did they put out some damage. I do like the damage on Spike Swarm. It takes a little bit to spin up, but I do not mind it. Let's see what we hit for this one. Come on, crit. 102. We're over here raiding Bath and Body Works. I'm getting candles. Yeah, a good potential duo that we found out the other day in practice was Wizard Necro. Because a wizard can root, or not a wizard, a Necro can root and fear, and then a wizard just does ridiculous DPS. Ooh, look at that large Asherite. Group mining is going to be cool when it's in. Yeah, and then we had a Wind Griffin just absolutely wreck me because, I don't know, we've been sitting there for like 45 minutes with no issue, but that one time he passed over, I don't know, maybe he saw my butt cheek over a rock or something and just was like, yeah, fuck that guy. So he came up there and just murdered me. Well, he murdered all of us, so it's my fault though. That's why Cal's is so salty. Speaking of people trying to murder me, what did I do? Oh, you got away, so you survived. Okay, so you shouldn't be salty then. Everybody just heard me scream, run! And the funny thing was, is that thing was flying so fast at me, his wings didn't even flap. He was just like gliding in a still animation. I'm right here. Why is everybody asking me where I'm at? Oh, did he name his pet? It's Robin. Dude, what if your character's name was Batman and you summoned a summoner pet and it said Robin? That would be the coolest thing ever. I also really like the verticality to this game. I say that and then it doesn't let me climb. The walls are trolling me. I like that you can climb, also find spot you can't climb. Alright, we're gonna see... Where'd that recruit go? He should be over here somewhere, right? Didn't he chill like right in here? Alright, we'll go over the other bandit camp. We'll just kill up there. No one's up there. What is everyone's opinion on crafting? Have you tried it so far? And if so, how did you like it? Oh god, it's getting dark. Everybody's favorite hate part of the video when I put one out. It's dark, why would you do this to us? Because darkness is a challenge. Dude, when they put light stones in the game, like a greater light stone or something to that effect, I'm gonna be stoked. Every character I have ever made in EverQuest has had a light stone. At a minimum. Almost always a greater light stone. It's just a thing I have to do. Yeah, it's not overly complicated. It takes a minute to figure out what you're doing, but it's not bad. It is not bad at all. I think they killed all the bandits. Diamond Fang Viper, don't mind if I do. You spin these deals up. Spike Swarm. Spike Swarm. I feel like this is going to be really good once they get VFX in for it. Okay. Did anyone else just see that? What the hell was that? He just poofed. He either glitched through the world or he despawned. The Vanishing Danger Noodle. You don't see me. Okay. All right, so we're gonna absolutely dunk on this dude. And then we're gonna go ham on this chick too. See, we dunked on him. Now we're gonna let the pet taunt this one. And then we're gonna do the same thing. So we got our three charges. Boom, there goes 100 damage. And then we're just gonna do our regular Dagger Swarm nuke to finish them off. They'll run and die. Looty looty. Did a bunch of the resource nodes in the mage starting area that were outside of bounds. Oh yeah. Yep, those have been like that forever. I believe they're fixing that before early access. I believe. I think Joppa just said something to the effect of they're gonna extend those bounds out a little bit so you can get them. Yeah, they torture you, man. Those all you're talking about all the ore deposits. Oh, I'm gonna have to put my glasses on to read that name. Oh, Mean Season. That looked weird from from this angle. Thanks for following Mean Season. Welcome in, welcome in. Ooh, a Ghost Viper. Now that is a Danger Noodle right there. Let's see if I charge this up, if that Danger Noodle would disappear. I know I'm old. Speaking of, where are my glasses at? I don't know where my glasses are. I should be wearing them. I really should. How do the new skills work, and are they learned at low level bracket or higher? So, are you talking about like the techniques? I need my glasses to find my glasses. Yeah, that would be great. Got backup glasses. Hey, at least they're not on top of my head, right? Like, where the hell did I put my glasses? And they're up on top of my head. Yeah, dude, the snakes in the dark are really, really tough because you can't see them. And then, you know, with the nameplate not showing up if they're not lit, it's really ridiculous. Anything new from this patch? So, yeah, the patch, it's got some feathers ruffled because they're making some adjustments for systems that aren't in place yet. So some of the weapons and stuff have been nerfed. A lot of the uncommon stuff stayed the same. But so new skills, they put in some new skills for like warriors and stuff that you're able to go get now. Summoner changed. So the summoner skill now is a little more of an active skill. So instead of just pressing the button once and dropping a nuke, now you do what a summoner should do, right? Is you summon multiple spikes and then you unleash them at a time. So you could summon one and send it, you can summon two and send it, summon three and send it. So the advantage is you want to summon more, you're going to do a higher percentage of damage based on mana spent, if that makes sense. But yeah, I haven't heard any negativity really towards the spell stuff. It's mostly been the itemization that has kind of ruffled some feathers. And I was one of those people. I have on my ranger 2 feathered wind blades that were nerfed to oblivion. At least it feels like it, and that hurt me extra because it was a chase item for me from last season. I wanted to get those this season, and I got 2 of them. And then they nerfed it once by making it unique, so you can only hold 1 instead of 2 because they were cool looking scimitars. And then they came back with this last patch and reduced the damage by 30% and increased the delay by 20%. So it got nerfed on both sides. But I think that is an itemization and tagging problem. I don't think the intent was to nerf those weapons or weapons like that, because those are the harder to get weapons that should be head and shoulders above common, right? So the intent is common weapons are, you know, just filler. You use one, if it's an upgrade, great. And then you should be chasing an uncommon or rare item. And then uncommon items should happen probably every couple of sessions or once a session or something like that, depending on how long you play. And then rares should be, it's gonna be few and far between where you get upgrades, right? So like, say for instance, you get an upgrade, a rare upgrade at 10. You may not replace it till 20 or 25. I think that's the kind of intent to those items. So I feel like there was an issue in tagging some of those rare items, and some got nerfed that were not intended to be nerfed. But it's hard to tell. So the important thing to keep in mind is things like that are part of the balancing, right? And they're just trying to get so much into the game so that everybody in early access can have a really good time, see all this new stuff, have lots to explore, countless hours of content to kind of run through. But with that push to having so much more content, there's going to be some misses, right? There's going to be some problems. And it's better to do that now than early access, because I think the majority of people that are playing right now are more understanding than they will be at early access. Because as it stands now, even if, like, let's say they cleaned everything up and we got to 80% of where we should be for early access, people are still going to shit on the game. That's just the nature of it, right? If a game is not perfect at launch, regardless of whether or not it has early access or it's an alpha in early access or anything like that, people are going to be very, very harsh with it. So they're just trying to get as much content in so that you have things to play, things to do. And a lot of that polish and itemization stuff will come later. They're trying to get some of it in now. Looks like there was a couple of issues with it, but they'll get it squared away. Have faith. But yes, I am one of those that were negatively impacted by this last patch. Minkstall, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. And I apologize in advance if I'm pronouncing anybody's name wrong. I don't read. Not a big reader. As Merida likes to say, he can't read. I just guess at people's names. Yeah, Mink, welcome in. Are you playing? Are you pledging? Are you thinking about pledging? Have you played since its inception? Let us know. I'm dyslexic as well. Yeah, it is a pain in the ass. It really is. Especially when trying to pronounce people's names that don't look like normal words or normal names. So usernames can be very, very difficult. But dyslexia is my superpower. It allows me to think about things in a different form and fashion. So it's not all bad. And sometimes it can be comical. Okay, this might not go great. This is probably not going to go great. All right, that one died. My pet is going to die, so we're going to hit peaceful and we're going to run. Zotac, no! Aw, rest in peace, Zotac. You will be missed. For 3 minutes until I summon your replacement. Was that insensitive? I feel like that was insensitive. Leave me alone! Help me! Help me! Oh, he left. All right, we're going to bring in Zotack's cousin. Oh, hey, I found my glasses. Hold on, they were right here in front of me. They have a hair on them. There we go. Do I look older now? I feel older. And they got some on them now. I don't know. So Druid is going to be definitely different than a shaman. So I think, you know, they're still going to use kind of that nature magic, which I think more people were hoping shaman was going to be more of the spiritual. There's a lot of nature to it right now, which I mean, I think can translate either way. But I think the intent is to give either pets also to Druid, or let them wild shape. Right? Like I think there was something to the degree of they're going to be able to either be a fox or have a fox or something of that nature. So I'm curious to see the implementation of Druid and Bard. The spell effects and the things that PVL has in store for Bard have me excited, because PVL has done a fantastic job with spell effects and sound. So I'm hoping there's a different wrinkle. They need to be better than EQ Druid. 100%. Yep. Charming animals, that kind of thing. Yeah. I think it makes sense to have Druids have something similar here as well, whether that's a charm or just like a familiar or summoned animal. Yeah, so here's an example. So let me take my torch off real quick. I'll show y'all what I was talking. You know, I should put that freaking ring on. So you know there was a snake over here because we just saw it. Where's that snake at? Look, I'm almost standing on it. It's right in front of me. But if I'm not tab targeting, you won't see that. But now watch. If I take and put my torch back on, I can see it perfectly fine. Like, I freaking love that. I thought it was a bug. And I was like, oh no, they're using the lighting. So as I get further and further away, you can watch it fade out. You see that? That is fantastic. I love that. It's so good. Because now I take my torch off. I can't see that from here. I can't see that from there. Like, I'm standing on it. I can't see it. That's wonderful. It's really good. Trexid, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Well, you weren't and you are now, and I greatly appreciate it. How are you doing, Trexid? Are you playing? Are you planning on playing? I just need to make that into a soundboard I play. Oh, I don't want to take your Gremlin, bro. Go for it. What level is he? Oh, he's level 6. I'm gonna... Oh, he attacked me anyway. Alright, so I'm gonna help him tank a little bit, and then I'm gonna back the pet off. Alright, pet back off. Look, yeah, he's got it. Bilbo. Bilbo the Ogre Dire Lord, right? Is that a Dire Lord? Yeah, Devour Dexterity, that's a Dire Lord. Yeah, so Tirith, I think that's going to be a thing, right? I think you're going to have people that innately see in different light levels better. I just don't think that's in right now. Been doing well since, been VIP since last November. Awesome. Sorry, I can't see shit, it's so dark. All good, man. But yeah, they're doing it's, I don't think it's going to be in before EA, but they're doing a lighting revamp. So you'll have, did you ever play EverQuest? I keep referring back to it, but it's such a big fingerprint on this game. So in EverQuest, if you had a fire beetle eye, it put off dim light, right? So if you put it in your bag, it didn't put off dim light. If you put it in an inventory slot, not a bag slot, right, it would put off a dim light and it would kind of shine, you know, it'd be, you have a dim light around you. They're intending to do the same type of thing here, right? So you're gonna have an item like a torch. So like right now, to use a torch, it's got to be in your hand, right? In the future, it will just be in your inventory like this, but it will be a consumable. So think of a torch as having, like, let's just say for shits and giggles, it's an hour of light, right? So you get an hour worth of illumination out of one torch. So you may need to carry a couple of torches. If you get something like a light stone, I think the intent is the light stone will put off light for a period of time and then it will dim and then eventually go out, right? So you're going to be not only chasing items, you're going to be chasing light sources. So there is the intent, I believe, to put in like a permanent light stone that won't burn out, or a lighting item of that kind of caliber that will be a rare that you will be able to use perpetually. So that's the way that they're intending to change the lighting system. When that will come out, I don't know, but I like that. Because it's like, as a Dire Lord, it's very hard. If I'm a Dire Lord and I need to pull, I have to pull blind. Because I really can't afford to take a sword off for a torch. Right? Because I'm going to do a far less damage. I'm going to get less essence generation. I'm going to do less taunting, less of all the things that make me a tank. So, which means you'll either have to have a puller or you'll have to, right, eat those struggles. So with this system, I think it makes sense. We don't need to be overly realistic with our light, the means of lighting the area that we're fighting in. I also think it would be really cool to take something like a craftable, like create a campfire via craft, and then you can place that on the ground for a period of time, especially since we're really buying into in Pantheon with the camp experience, right? Where, yeah, you can dungeon crawl, but a lot of times you're just going to be camping like a Gadai camp, or you know, the spider caves. You're going to be pulling to a central location. Sub to you on YouTube as well. Enjoy the content. I'm glad. There's going to be a lot more of it coming. For the most part, other than the haters, lots of overwhelming response on people enjoying that. Not only the content, but the format that it's in, which I think provides people a lot of value. You don't have to spend an hour and a half trying to get some information when you just wanted something relatively quick and high level. But I'm super happy that people have enjoyed that kind of content and in that format. Oh, my bad, dude. I thought he aggroed you on accident. I'm gonna put this guy over here. I think each of the classes should get a class ability that gives them light, different types, colors, etc. Yeah, I don't know how well that would fit a theme, but I think that would be interesting. Hey, Tattered Cloak, get shit on. Which, by the way, Tattered Cloaks are unique now. You can only have one. Mike, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Why do I think the game gets hate? So I think most of it is coming from EQ players. We've always wanted a successor to EverQuest or that style of game. and we've been let down repeatedly over and over and over. And then this game has been in development for a decade. So people don't feel like it's coming out. So they just make a meme of it. It's vaporware, right? It's all fluff. It's never going to come out, that kind of thing. And that has just taken to becoming a meme. And I think there's a lot of people that just keep saying it because they like making fun of something. And they never intended to play it to begin with. But I don't understand the hate. I mean, people are ragging on it because of the graphics, and then people are ragging on it because it's taken so long to develop. And I always push back on them and say, well, where's their funding coming from? Okay, you want them to get the game out, right? You want them to be successful. You shit on them when they're not, but have you done anything to help make that a reality? It is a crowd-funded game. So if you don't pledge, you're making the game take longer to develop. And then if you're constantly badgering people, you're keeping people from funding the game, which is going to make the game take longer to develop. Like, what do we think we're doing? If you want to root for its success, talk positively about it. If you can't afford it, right? Like, pledge. Put your money where your mouth is. If you have no faith in it, cool. Don't pledge and stay out of it. Don't say anything. If you don't have something nice to say, it goes back to manners, right? If you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all. The command to drag your corpse is just /drag. You can do it yourself. Yep. You just got to target the corpse. Yep. And then you can make a macro. So I've got like macros right here. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Why do I think the game is not ready after 10 years? They are very ambitious with what they wanted to do. They wanted to do things differently. They wanted to be innovative, and innovation takes time. On top of that, it is vehemently compounded by the fact that it is a crowdfunded game. So part of the advantage of going crowdfunded versus like privately funded, say to beholden to like a Sony or Darkpaw or Blizzard or whoever, you're beholden to your shareholders, right? And your shareholders are going to get impatient, right? And your shareholders are going to say, well, you need to release this now. And then you have Vanguard. So the counter to that, right, is when you don't have shareholders and you don't have somebody cracking the whip, you can lose sight of the amount of time that you've spent. That's really hard to tell. I don't think there is a dollar amount associated with that. I think if we wanted to let them realize their entire vision, it would be a lot of money. Right, because like the system that was supposed to be the perception system, I think Jop had talked about, was supposed to be the quest system for the entire game, and they've had to scale that back, right? Because they don't have the capital. The graphics were supposed to be more realistic, scaled back, don't have the capital. So the hate that the game has received has done nothing but slow the game development down and made them scale back on what should be the innovation that they wanted to see. So what that leads to is your creative director is doing testing and development and community engagement and all of these things when he can't focus on one singular thing. He has to go to the source to hear all the stuff because you don't have the manpower to take all of this stuff in, process all of these things. So it's a very reactive dev cycle where if they had more capital, they could stay heads down and have people in places to do some of this stuff that would allow them to free them up to do what they need to be doing. That's the problem that we're running into now. Everybody's got 5 different hats on. And so things are getting missed because they're just too busy. They're trying to get to early access where they can raise more capital, to hire more people, to have more systems with more people being worked on. I think their target on early access through Steam, at least, is 2 years. So a minimum of a 2-year cycle until early access. Hey, the Carol, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So, but I think a lot of that's just going to depend on how successful this is in early access, how many people are going to put their money where their mouth is and root for the success of the game. Yep. Yeah, build a smaller game and then expand it. That's what they've had to do, right? So if you go look at the intended world map, so you can go to pantheonmmo.com and click on world. It's going to give you a world map. Okay. You're going to see that they already have plans for expansion areas within King's Reach. Like, it's already been planned. They already have that. They just don't have the capital or the time. So that's part of the reason, you know, I released my Pledge Now video. Why Pledge Now? It's crowdfunded. The more we help build that capital, the easier it's going to be for them to get people on staff, get, you know, fleshed out testing teams, bring in more developers, bring in more artists, all that kind of thing. So, and then people are like, well, you know, I'm going to test the game. I'm going to run into bugs. It costs $50. This, that, and the other thing. It's $50 and you can easily get 100 hours out of this game. Easily. There are a lot of games that people have spent more than 50 bucks on that have played them for less than 20 hours. So to me, I don't see, like, if you have the expendable income to buy a $50 video game, this is worth it. If you don't, then don't. 100%. Paying the light bill, putting gas in your car, all that is more important. Yeah, the bones of the game are there. It is a fun, engaging game. It is just an alpha. It's got a long way to go. So that's part of, like, I don't know if who has and has not seen, but I released a community raid video yesterday. And so my challenge to everybody, including the folks that are on here right now, is if you've played the game, find something that you love about the game. Find something that you really enjoyed. Take your best memory in Pantheon and post it. Post it in a thread where somebody else is talking about how the game doesn't have good graphics, or just post it in general. Right? Don't engage the trolls. Don't engage the people that hate. They're going to hate regardless. You're not going to change their mind, and I don't engage with them because they're just going to go, well, it's got terrible graphics and it's been in development for 10 years and X, Y, and Z. Doesn't matter. I'm just as upset that the game's not out, but I'm not going to actively root against a game that I want to succeed. That makes zero sense, especially with a crowdfunded game. So, but kudos to them. It feels like about a year or so ago, they brought in a project manager or somebody that has started cracking the whip, and they're getting consistent releases with content, whether that's good content or bad content, right? Because there's always going to be balancing issues. They're getting something done, which I think is fantastic. You're seeing measurable improvements, measurable content increases, etc. So whoever came in 2023 or got promoted or whatever that is deserves a lot of praise. Taunt, taunt, pet, taunt. Come on, pet, hang on. We're almost there. We're almost there. We've taken 3 of them at once. Oof. Joppa starting at 3. Okay. Yeah, so I will probably stop streaming at 3 so everybody can go. Actually, I'll just raid Joppa if anybody's still in here. He did me a solid the other night and raided me, so I might as well throw it back at him. Yeah, we were talking about Star Citizen earlier. Yeah, stupid amount of money. It's taken years, but it's still evolving into a cool looking game. Yep. Exactly. Yep. Pantheon doesn't have the ability to sell those vanity things, at least right now, and build capital. That's the problem. So they're going to go into early access. They need something manageable. So one thing I've recommended, and it is coming, is at the very least, swag. I want a Pantheon mousepad. I want a Pantheon hoodie. I want a Pantheon t-shirt or a coffee cup or a beer mug or, you know, whiskey glass, whatever the hell that happens to be. Granted, it's not, you know, there's a physical good and that takes a lot. So it's not as profitable from effort to value, like to effort to income as a piece of software. But sell me a cloth map, man. Sell me these things that maybe it's not, you know, super high markup or profit margin, but it's something. Like, I'll buy it. That's going to happen. When they come out with a zip up hoodie that says Pantheon on it, I'm going to buy it. Dire Lord, you know, or sell me a freaking gnome statue. I'll fucking buy a gnome statue right now. $200. I'll buy it. Give me the exploded, you know, energy gnome as a hard statue. I'll buy that. I don't care. Like, if the game doesn't come out, I'm still going to love that statue. But it's going to come out. It's going to come out. Excuse me. So, but that merch store, I think, is a vehicle to do that. You know, they have stuff that you get with your pledges, but there's no picture of it. You don't know what you're getting. Oh, you get a bag. Cool. How many slots is the bag? Does the bag have any features to it? We don't know. There's no incentive to buy those unknown things, right? With Star Citizen, look at this cool, badass new ship. Boom, I can buy that right now. And I know that when the game comes out, or I can sit in it, right? Like, you couldn't even fly the damn thing. You could buy it and just sit in it. It's something you can do now. And it has a tremendous advantage, which, you know, one of the things I was hoping was going to come to this game, and I don't know that they confirmed, was housing. Like, sell player housing. You know, selling player housing, I think, would be a great idea right now. It doesn't even need to be a physical plot in the world. Give me a house. Give me the ability to craft X, Y, and Z things to put in my house. I'll do that. Like, those are little things that you could do. And they may have some of that planned. I don't know. Maybe they're using the capital from this to do something similar. But you need a way to generate cash that somebody's going to be able to have some, you know, we are now a immediate satisfaction culture. Think about if Netflix starts buffering, you're going to fucking sue them. So give somebody something that they can do something with now. Oh yeah, the haters are going to hate regardless. That's why, like, you know, on Reddit, they're like, oh, you don't, this guy's a VR employee. He just puts out pro Pantheon X, Y, and Z and doesn't respond to the trolls. I'm like, I don't respond to the trolls because your cement has dried. You are just going to bitch regardless of what they do. They're trying creative ways to gain capital. Okay, we're going to go with a 24/7 model. Okay, we're going to go with seasons. We're trying to get people in the game. We're trying to drum up capital so we can get the game done quicker, and you want to shit on that idea. Go for it. It's not going to help anyone. Should you be frustrated? Absolutely, you know, but the ultimate goal is to get to 1.0, right? So let's do what we can to help them get to 1.0. If you just think that they're grifting and they're just trying to exploit the money just to pay their salaries and see how long they can drag this out, dude, they could have sold the game to Darkpaw or Blizzard or whoever. They've had offers. They could have just exited and said, cool, we got our money. You know, I sold my equity. Yeah, but I get off of being mad. Yeah, that's right. It literally is like they're just venting their frustrations to anyone and everyone that will listen, and it's being counterproductive to what I believe a few, at least, want the game to be successful. They're just upset that it isn't, and they don't understand that what they're doing is going to prevent it from being successful. Should you be critical of the game? Absolutely. I am, but I'm not going to actively root against it and hope that it fails. Be like, well, it's vaporware. I'm just not going to play for 3 years. If I don't play for 3 years and I don't share my opinions and feelings on the game, less people are going to hear about it, which is going to lead to less revenue for them to pay their employees to make the game better. You know, it's just a cycle that I don't want to be a part of. So I will point out the good things about the game, the bad things about the game, but I will always say I am enjoying it. Here are the reasons that you should. Here are the things that don't work right now. Here are the things that you need to remember. It's an alpha. It's going to be buggy. In some cases, it's going to be unfun, but so is EverQuest. EverQuest has moments of unfun right now, and they've been around since 1998. Go do a Shadow Knight epic in a progressive server. Tell me how you feel. Oh, the XP, the XP. I still have LFG on, right? Yeah, okay. EverQuest, absolutely. So you had hell levels, which were harder levels than other levels. If you were a hybrid, meaning you could do melee damage and spells, so like Shadow Knight, Paladin, Ranger, those kind of guys, you had penalties for that. You had racial penalties. So you could stack penalty on top of penalty. Yeah, it was really bad. So like if you were like an ogre Shadow Knight, it was absolutely terrible. Coming from a person who played an ogre Shadow Knight. Yeah, yep. Yeah, because Ixar had innate regeneration. They had innate AC. You started with 100 swimming skill. Joppa's on now. Oh, it's 3 Eastern. Let me see. Okay, yep, I got his stream up. As soon as he's on, I'm gonna send a raid his way. Okay. So if you want to stick here until he starts talking, I'll kick everybody over there as soon as he gets rolling. If you want to jump over there, no harm, no foul. I appreciate everybody stopping in if you're headed that way now. But yeah, so if you haven't checked it out, check out the community raid video. And my challenge is post hashtag Terminus United and just post the things that you love about the game, whatever that is. If it's a skeleton that's dead telling you looking for a res, if it's you know, so I posted a photo on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. So we were taking a group photo, right? And so I'm trying to get everybody to sync up their waves and their cheers and all this other stuff, right? So as this is happening, I'm taking a photo. There's a chevron goblin that runs in and it just catches the photo when we're all like waving and cheering and stuff. You see this goblin run in, and as I take the photo, he just enters the frame and he aggroes us in the middle of our screenshot. Like, that stuff is just hilarious to me. You know, it's memorable. So those little things like that, I think you should share. You know, the first time you got down in the goblin caves and you got a boss, or you got a cool piece of loot, you got your feathered wind blade, you got your charged fists off Cayenne the Bolt, you killed Dusk Fiend. Those little moments that make you so excited. Share that stuff, post that stuff, and put hashtag Terminus United. That way all the people that want to complain and whine and bicker and bitch, they can do that to their heart's content, but we are the majority and we will out scream their negativity with our positivity. But don't engage the trolls. Don't feed them. It's not going to change. The ones that are going to change will change just by seeing all of the positivity that we post about the game. All right, looks like he's live. I'm gonna send that raid over, guys. I appreciate it. You can just hang around here and I will I'll send you all over there. All right, I hope everybody had a good stream. Enjoyed yourself. I appreciate the follows, the gifted subs. Love all you guys, and I will see you next time. All right, we're starting the raid in just a minute. Give me 4 seconds. Love you guys. Have a good day. If I don't speak to you the rest of the week, you guys have a wonderful Thanksgiving. All right, here we go.